Chapter 399, Planet Dawn, Ancient City Ruins in the Southern Territory. The allied forces of various tribes were gathered there. The 3,000 Blue Shield Knights of the Vane Kingdom, 5,000 Barbarian Berserkers of the Howling Barbarian Tribe, 1,000 Alchemy Bombardiers of the Earth Tribe, 500 Orcs of the Children of Listen, and the miscellaneous armies of the southern city-states and dukedoms. A total of 15,000 people were stationed in the green field outside the ancient city ruins. All kinds of flags fluttered in the cold south wind. There were no clouds in the sky. The sky here had the color of dusk, dyeing everything dark. The sun hanging high in the sky seemed very small and very far away from this planet. In the commander's meeting tent, the commanders of various armies gathered there and had an intense discussion. Only a tall man with light blue skin did not say a word. He was the leader of the Blue Shield Knights, Rex, the war hero of the Vane Kingdom. He went from a commoner to the commander of the trump-card army of the biggest kingdom on Planet Dawn. His deeds were praised by the people of Planet Dawn. When everyone was almost done talking, Rex spoke with a deep voice. The commanders of the other tribes present respected him very much. They stopped arguing and listened to him speak. Rizar and his disciples are hiding under the ruins right now. They are preparing for the ritual to pollute the water. We still have about 6 hours, about 2.5 hours. In the ruins, there are about 800 high-level magic puppets that he spent 20 years to create. He has set up a complicated sealing magic circle. Only when all the magic puppets are destroyed will the passage to the ritual altar open. This means that we have to break through the magic puppet seal in a short amount of time, find their location, and stop the ritual. Otherwise, more than half of the Southern Territory's water source will lose its vitality, and hundreds of thousands of people will die because of this. Moreover, Rizar's church also has 100 polluters that can corrode our weapons and bodies. Even the most elite warriors can't withstand the corrosive spell. The situation is too difficult. It's very difficult for our 15,000 people to rush in a short period of time. Sigh. Rizar has been secretly preparing for 20 years. If we had discovered his scheme 10 days earlier, oh no, even 3 days earlier, we wouldn't be so passive. Now, we can only urgently gather the few of us, a commander said with a sigh. Rex said with a deep voice, this concerns the purity of the water source and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. We cannot fail. The Nation Protector mages have contacted the Ascenders from the higher world, and the Ascenders have hired warriors from the higher world to help us fight. After saying that, Rex looked at the corner of the tent. A human wearing a red technological combat suit was sitting there. He looked completely different from the group of people wearing armor. Hearing this, he stood up and said, I'm the leader of the Red Horn Mercenary Group, Lin Ge. Your race has paid us. We will try our best to help you. Rex asked, Leader Ringo, are you confident? Ringo shook his head and smiled bitterly. To be honest, the situation here is much worse than what we were told when we accepted the mission. Our strength is limited, and we can't handle a mission of this level. The specific situation has been reported to the employer. The second batch of reinforcements is on their way. If they are fast, they should be able to arrive in 2 hours. Rex's face darkened, and he frowned slightly. Time is too tight. Are the reinforcements reliable? Don't worry. The second batch of reinforcements is much stronger than us. As long as they can arrive in time, solving the accident here will be a piece of cake. Their stronghold is in this star system. If not for this reason, they would not even bother to take action for small incidents like this. I hope so. Rex was very worried, but Ringo was very confident. Planet Dawn was located in the Garten star system, under Ghidorah's jurisdiction. This planet was very far away from the star. Even during the day, it was like dusk, hence the name. There was no moon at night, only darkness. There was no difference between seasons. Every day was very cold. Logically speaking, this should be a frozen planet that could not give birth to normal life. Life came from the rivers on the surface and underground. The natural water of Planet Dawn contained magic energy and had the characteristics of warmth. It dissolved the coldness of the entire planet and gave birth to plants and creatures. It was also called Origin Water by the races on Planet Dawn. Origin water was the most important resource on the entire planet. The civilization of Planet Dawn was built on origin water. The changes and wars of the countries in history were basically all centered around origin water. Creatures drank origin water for a long time, and their bodies were very strong. The light blue-skinned Vanians were the main race. The ancient Vanian kingdom was the most powerful country on this planet. The existence of origin water determined that Planet Dawn was a magic-based civilization. The development of technology was slow, stable, and focused on the individual. The social structure had very obvious characteristics of a magic-based civilization. For example, people who could control magic had a higher social status. Although this was a surface civilization, because it was also a magic-based civilization like Godora, they were very similar and had a certain connection with the galaxy. Once a strong person reached a certain level of power, they could apply for Godora's help and enter the higher world, which was the galaxy. This kind of powerhouse was known as an ascender. Throughout history, there have been hundreds of ascenders. Some of them had disappeared completely, while others would occasionally return and leave behind a communicator. This was also a holy object guarded by the protector mages, used to contact the ascenders. Not long ago, the Vanian kingdom discovered the conspiracy of the infamous pollution mage Razar. He wanted to use some kind of large-scale magic ritual to absorb more than half of the origin water in the Southern Territory so that he could obtain an unparalleled amount of magic power. Originally, the magic power of origin water would not dissipate for a long time. Even if it was consumed, it would recover in a natural cycle. However, this ritual would take away all the magic power of the origin water in an area, and the origin water that had lost all its magic power would need at least a few hundred years to slowly recover. The magic power of the origin water on the entire planet would be diluted because of this, causing the temperature of the planet to drop. Even if the origin water could circulate, it would still take time. If this area lost its support, it would be covered in frost within a month and become a land of death, causing hundreds of thousands of people to lose their homes or even die. In the ancient era, 1,000 years ago, someone had carried out the same ritual. This was the cause of the extreme northern wasteland on Planet Dawn. It had not completely thawed yet. At that time, all the tribes worked together and killed the culprit after a fierce battle. They also destroyed the knowledge of this ritual. However, 1,000 years later, this ritual appeared again. Therefore, the Vanian kingdom urgently gathered troops, contacted other countries, and formed an alliance army. They went straight to the place where Razar was holding the ritual to prevent the same thing from happening to Planet Dawn. Furthermore, the soil in the south was very fertile. If this place was also frozen, the food production would be greatly reduced, and thousands of people would starve to death in the future. Lin Ji's Red Horn mercenary group accepted the job of the Ascenders from Planet Dawn and came here to solve the problem a few days ago. However, the number of magic puppets exceeded their expectations, so they had no choice but to ask for external help. To their surprise, an unexpectedly strong mercenary group was willing to help. This mercenary group was well known in the industry and had a strong background. People like the Red Horn mercenary group usually did not have the chance to interact with such a big shot. Lin Gu was relieved. With him around, this mission would be a success. Time was of the essence. Rex did not waste any more time. He gave the order, and the alliance army of all tribes set off. Rumble. The sounds of footsteps and beast hooves converged into a rolling torrent. The black mass of troops moved, rapidly approaching the ancient city ruins. From afar, one could see the dense dark green magic colossuses in the ruins. They had 4 arms, each holding a giant axe, and shone with a magical luster. Their texture was like stone, but also like metal. Just looking at them would make one feel that they were unshakable. Blue Shield Knight Legion, charge. Rex pulled down his visor and clamped his legs together. The knight's mount was a creature called the Stampede Beast. It had a snake neck and a horse body. Its 4 legs were bent backward. It roared and charged out. 3,000 Blue Shield Knights followed closely behind. facing the magic colossuses that were 3 times taller than them. Every knight's eyes were filled with fearlessness. The magic colossuses were controlled by someone. They quickly formed a formation and clashed with the charging knights. Bang! 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 People fell and beasts tumbled. Sparks flew everywhere, and the scene instantly became chaotic. The other tribes also joined the battle. Swords and claws clanged against the magic colossuses. The roars were even louder than alchemy bombs. The berserkers and knights were at the front. The warriors' bones were broken by the magic colossuses, and they screamed in pain. The enemy's polluters hid behind the colossuses and released corrosive spells on the warriors. Only by destroying all the magic colossuses could the sealing magic circle be opened. Using human lives to fight against the magic colossuses often cost 13 to 18 elite warriors to destroy one magic colossus. Even with the help of the Red Horn mercenary team's firearms and abilities, the speed of killing the magic colossuses was not fast enough. The number of magic colossuses was more than the 800 they had expected. It was like a wall of despair. Red gradually spread across the green plains. The dusk sky witnessed this bloody battle. Continue charging, don't stop. The Night Legion, led by Rex, had already lost a quarter of its members, but they had also killed the most magic colossuses. With a determined expression, he circled out of the battlefield and charged back again. A spear pierced the leg of a magic colossus. The tip of the spear that contained the explosive enchantment exploded, shattering a small part of the magic colossus body. A magic colossus could flatten an army of hundreds of normal people. The Blue Shield Knight Legion was the elite army of the Vane Kingdom. Every knight was a warrior with magic power, and their strength was far beyond normal people. Such a heavy loss was already a huge blow to their vitality. At the same time, in a man-made space under the ancient city ruins, there was a huge altar with a strange shape. Countless believers in black were praying softly, injecting magic power into the magic circle of the altar. In the middle of the altar was an old Vanian wearing a bright red robe. This person was Rizar. A mirror with a golden frame was floating beside him. He had cast clairvoyance on it, and the mirror displayed the battle above him from a bird's-eye view. These idiots, they fell for your trick as expected. Those magic colossuses are specifically used to exhaust them. Our magic circle is hidden under the plains, and fresh blood is directed here. Only with enough fresh blood as fuel can we start the ritual. Hee, you tied the sealing magic circle to the magic colossuses. What a brilliant idea, forcing them to fight the magic colossuses head-on. A high-ranking believer said flatteringly below the altar. Rizar nodded and asked calmly, "How much fresh blood do we need?" "Another hour, and we will have enough fuel to start the altar. You will become the master of magic power, the strongest mage in history." The high-ranking believer had a fanatical look on his face. "The strongest?" Rizar looked at him with a pitiful expression, shook his head, and muttered to himself, 20 years of preparation. I'm finally going to succeed. I've been stuck at this level for so many years. This is the limit of my talent. As long as I cross this step, I will be able to go to the higher world. The battle on the ground lasted for almost an hour. In order to save time, the army almost gave up on defense. Under their crazy attacks, half of the magic colossuses were destroyed, and all the enemy corruptors were killed. However, the warriors also suffered heavy casualties. Blood flowed like a river, and the remaining people were exhausted. The battle losses were soaring at an alarming rate. Hang in there. At this rate, we can stop the ritual in time. Rex roared loudly to boost the morale. This time, he felt a chill above his head. A magic colossus got close to him and chopped down with its giant axe. Boom! Rex hurriedly jumped out. The running beast was split in half by the axe, and the blade of the axe was embedded in the ground. The running beast's blood and organs flowed all over the ground. If he did not dodge, he would have ended up like this. Before he had time to be scared, this colossus walked over with its axe raised. Its shadow covered Rex's head, and the axe was raised high. Rex felt a sharp pain in his leg. He was hit just now, and his face was covered in sweat. He tried his best to stand up. At the critical moment, he suddenly realized that the shadow under his feet seemed to have expanded. Then there was a shrill sound that was getting louder and louder. Bang! An alloy airdrop cabin landed right beside this magic colossus. The shockwave sent both the magic colossus and Rex flying. Dong, dong, dong. Then there was a series of landing sounds. Many airdrop cabins of the same style landed around them. Whoosh! The cabin door opened, and a group of warriors in heavy steel armor walked out. The leader was a human man in a black trench coat and many spherical accessories. He looked around curiously. Are these people the new reinforcements from the upper realm? Even though Rex had a calm personality, his eyes could not help but flash with surprise. At this moment, the magic colossus ran toward this human man and chopped down with its axe. Rex subconsciously wanted to shout to remind him, but the next scene made him swallow his words. He saw this man raise his hand, and with a slight drop of his wrist, he easily grabbed the axe that was enough to split a running beast in half. He raised his eyebrows. Wow, this planet's way of welcoming guests is so warm. We came at the right time. Don't just stand there, get to work. Lin Gu, who was fighting, looked over and heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 400. Pew 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 pew. The professional players who followed the airdrop cabins raised their large-caliber armor-piercing cannons and fired at the dark green magic colossuses around them. A series of sparks exploded on the magic colossuses, and clouds of thick gray smoke burst out. In the endless steel storm, these magic colossuses that could take the charge of the knights head-on trembled and kept retreating. They could not even take a step forward, and their bodies kept shattering into pieces. In the past 9 months, they had gone through dozens of combat missions and had a lot of experience dealing with magic-type combat puppets. Although their numbers were much smaller than the army, they had taken over the battlefield. Haluz took out his battleship slicing blade and smashed a magic colossus with one slash. Orochia and the 3 Volga brothers stood beside Han Shao and did not move. Han Shao narrowed his eyes and looked at the battlefield. He stood where he was and did not plan to do anything himself. Haluz and this group of experts were enough to take care of the enemies. His subordinates' capabilities were up to standard, so he was very comfortable being a boss and not doing anything. To put it simply, this incident was a villain who wanted to cause trouble on a planet, so he was invited to take care of it. There were at least hundreds of similar incidents happening in the Shattered Star Ring every day, and the targets of the villains were all strange. They had experienced it many times and were used to it. They were very familiar with the process. The airdrop landed and started to clear the area. Han Shao did not even need to command. He was proud. 9 months had passed, and he had deliberately controlled the size of Black Star. He still had the same number of people as before, but as his resume grew, he had a good reputation. He had cooperated with large mercenary groups such as Sky Ring, Blades, and Purple Gold. Although most of the missions were simple, he had a reliable performance when faced with difficult problems, and it did not take long for him to establish an impression of a reliable partner. Originally, most of the large mercenary groups only wanted to rope him in because of his floating dragon background, but they slowly acknowledged Black Star's ability. When the Colton Star Cluster needed external help, Han Shao was often the first choice to be considered. When a mercenary group accumulated a certain amount of credit points, they would receive additional benefits. They would be listed in the list of teams with good credit points in that area by the backend system, and some emergency missions in that area would be automatically sent to Black Star. That was how Star Dawn's reinforcement invitation came about. Actually, he had just completed a guard mission with the Blades team the day before yesterday. According to habit, he should have rested for a while in the Uberly Hub stronghold. However, when he saw that it was an emergency on Planet Dawn, he decided to cancel his vacation and come over to work. This planet was one of the targets of the mutation disaster mission that had yet to be activated, so he came over to take care of it. The development level of the civilization on Planet Dawn is at the low magic level and has not reached the level of the magic industry. They place more emphasis on individual strength. Although they have sent some ascenders who should be grade B to Godora, the society's overall understanding of the galaxy is limited, Even worse than planet Aquamarine, Han Shao thought to himself. Every civilization had a different name for the galaxy. Planet Dawn called it the Higher World, and Ascension, which showed that their civilization was more focused on the individual. Furthermore, most of the people did not understand the situation in the galaxy and only knew that it was a higher-level world. This was also because the kingdoms did not have such common knowledge. Darkstar had also placed the mutation source there. Now that 9 months had passed, it was almost time for the version 10 update. It was time to visit the other locations of the mutation disaster in version 20 to be mentally prepared. Blackstar, I've heard a lot about you. Brother Lin walked over, and his tone was filled with respect and fawning. With Blackstar's men participating in the battle, he was not worried about the battle at all. He took the opportunity to talk to Han Shao and get to know him. Hello. Han Shao extended his hand and shook his hand. Brother Lin was a little flattered. He had thought that this kind of person would be more arrogant and did not expect him to be so approachable. While the two of them were chatting, Rex crawled up from the ground, picked up his shield and spear, and took a deep breath. He did not have the time to communicate with the reinforcements and hurriedly joined the battle. His army had a chance to catch their breaths and regroup to cooperate with the players. The magic colossuses shattered one after another. With the help of a group of players, the battle ended very quickly. The remaining soldiers hurriedly bandaged their wounds and used the time to recover their stamina. Rex walked in front of Han, Shao, and Brother Lin. With a solemn expression, he did not bother with pleasantries and said, "After destroying these magic colossuses, the door to the altar will open. Rizar's church is gathered there, and there are more enemies waiting for us. We do not have time to waste. Please follow us immediately." Rex saw how respectful Brother Lin was toward Han Shao during the battle and knew that this group of new reinforcements had a strong background. His tone was filled with respect and caution. The guest from the higher world had always been mysterious in his eyes. He could not help but glance at the airdrop cabin and secretly guess how the people from the higher world used this thing to descend. He did not know the principle behind it. Okay, let's end the chat here. Let's get to work. Han Shao nodded. Since it was the employer's request, they would get to work first. After a simple rest, the Alliance army hurriedly entered the ruins to find a passage. They quickly found the entrance to the underground altar. This was an abandoned underground city that had been transformed into a secret base by Rizar and had been used secretly for many years. Everyone entered in a single file and followed the corridor all the way down. The underground city was not big, and the passageway was narrow. Rex had a large number of troops, so he could only leave a portion of them on the ground as sentries. Han Shao and the others followed behind and wandered alone outside the army. This matter was very serious in Rex's eyes, but to him, it was very simple. Find the target boss, kill it directly, and the world would be peaceful. At the underground altar in the deepest part of the underground city, the mirror showed the scene of the army entering. The expressions of the hundreds of believers all changed. Damn it, why is there another group of warriors from the higher world here? Our plan is ruined. The magic colossuses did not kill enough people, and the blood is not enough to activate the altar. It's over, the high-level believer said in a panic. Rizar could no longer remain calm. His expression became serious as he stared at Han Shao and the others in the mirror. A hint of envy, yearning, and jealousy rose in his eyes. These people are all from the higher world soon, very soon. I'm about to become someone from the higher world too. Rizar had always thought that the people trapped on the planet were pitiful. The believers thought that Rizar carried out this plan to become the strongest mage. He scoffed at this saying. These ignorant believers did not know how vast the galaxy was. They were like frogs in a well, narrow-minded. Pitiful. Perhaps in the eyes of the galactic residents, the galaxy was nothing much. However, to the people who looked up at the galaxy and could only use their imagination to describe the universe, being able to go to the galaxy was an extremely huge attraction. Furthermore, he knew for sure that there were other civilizations and races in the galaxy. His desire for knowledge and curiosity burned like a burning flame that could not be suppressed. This was the exploratory instinct of intelligent creatures. They wanted to improve and personally stand at the peak to see the scenery that they desired. When they did not have it, they often desired it very much. Rizar's goal had always been to go to the higher world. For this, he could do anything and ignore the consequences. However, the sudden arrival of the mercenaries from the higher world changed the plan that he had painstakingly prepared. If it were not for these people, his plan would definitely succeed. A deep madness appeared in his eyes. "Teacher, what should we do?" the high-level believer asked anxiously. Rizar lowered his head and looked at the restless believers under the altar. This was the team that he had spent decades building. A hint of coldness appeared on his old face, and he slowly said, "Lend me your flesh." His staff glowed with a demonic red light, and the stone pillars of the altar glowed with a bright red glow. A complicated magic circle appeared on the ground. At this moment, all the noise disappeared. The believers' eyes popped out, and their faces turned purple as if they were suffocating. They grabbed at their throats crazily, but their limbs did not listen to them. One by one, they fell to the ground and struggled crazily. Their bodies were twisted into countless strange postures. That high-level believer's face was filled with pain, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He climbed up the altar with difficulty, and his trembling hand wanted to grab the hem of Rizar's robe. However, his hand was only halfway there when his eyes suddenly exploded. Blood gushed out and dripped onto the ground, turning into long and thin bloodlines. Like long red earthworms, they automatically crawled to the base of the altar and seeped in. Hundreds of believers died abruptly. The blood in their bodies was drained by the magic array, and they turned into dry corpses with their mouths wide open and their faces sunken. The altar, which had absorbed the blood, became extremely smooth, like a gray jade. The scene that was still noisy just now was already dead silent. There was finally enough blood. Rumble, the altar buzzed, and the ritual was activated. The majestic magic power that contained the smell of blood constructed a special magic circle. Behind the altar was a vein of origin water. The slowly flowing underground origin water suddenly boiled, and tiny light spots floated on the surface of the water like fireflies. These were all magic power materialized. The light spots suddenly gathered into a few light dragons, and they were crazily absorbed by Rizar through his facial features. Rex finally arrived with his troops 5 minutes later. He saw the altar and the dried corpses on the ground. When he saw that Rizar was absorbing the magic power of the origin water, his expression turned as if he was facing a great enemy. *T, the ritual has started. We have to stop them immediately. Rex was about to call his troops and charge over. At this moment, magic buzzed around the altar. Defensive magic circles appeared on the walls, and colorful lights covered the altar. Thousands of defensive magic spells were stacked on top of each other, making it extremely sturdy. The ground rumbled, and 20 new statues crawled out from the ground, blocking the altar. Rex's expression changed drastically. With so many defensive magic spells and statues, he would not be able to charge over in a short time. He originally thought that he could stop the ritual after finding Rizar, but now he was blocked outside. Rizar had planned for so long and could not afford to make any mistakes. Naturally, he had set up a large number of defensive measures. As long as he could hold off the enemy for a short while, he would be able to complete the magic power absorption ritual. Thousands of kilometers of origin water contained majestic magic power. This ritual was passed down from ancient times. It built a magic power source in one's body, which was why it could contain so much magic power and break through the limit of one's strength. If we let him complete the ritual, the Southern Territory will be finished. Quickly break these defensive magic spells and charge with me. Rex's tone was anxious. Before he could finish, someone pressed on his shoulder and interrupted him. Rex turned around and saw that Han Xiao had walked past him to the front of the troops. "You guys are too slow. Let me do it." Han Xiao's tone was unquestionable. He had the confidence of a professional. Different from the anxious Planet Dawn soldiers, He had a calm expression and did not care about these defensive measures at all. Clatter! The next moment, compressed orbs flew out one after another and spread out quickly. Hundreds of cannons of various types surrounded Han Shao. The cannon fire instantly tore apart the layers of magic defenses. In front of him, these defensive spells were as fragile as paper. In 9 months, although Han Shao did not change his combat system, he had strengthened it and increased the number of machines, making them more powerful. In less than 10 seconds, 20 statues were torn into pieces. The intertwining flames lit up the underground city as bright as day. The terrifying power that he suddenly unleashed shocked these soldiers. Rex's face was filled with shock as he mumbled, "What terrifying attack power, even stronger than the legendary Ascenders. Even the Kingdom Protectors do not have such strength. Is this the power of the warriors of the higher world?" He had heard some secrets from the Kingdom Protectors. The warriors of the higher world were completely different from them, who only used magic power. They had all kinds of strange abilities. This was an eye-opener. The cannon fire easily tore apart the defensive spells and shattered the altar. The ritual was instantly interrupted. Rizar fell to the ground. He was shocked and furious, and his face was filled with disbelief. He did not expect that the defensive measures that he had set up for so many years would be completely torn apart in such a short time. The strength of this mercenary from the higher world was far beyond his imagination. However, the next moment, Rizar's expression changed. He felt the surging magic power in his body suddenly break through that layer of shackles. A new power was born in his body. His eyes widened, and tears suddenly flowed down his cheeks. I did it. I did it, although the ritual was interrupted not long after it started. Part of the magic power that he absorbed had already helped him break through the bottleneck and finally reach the standard set by Godora. He could now go to the higher world that he had always wanted. The increase in power gave Rizar the illusion that he could defeat all enemies with a wave of his hand. However, he did not want to fight. He turned around and was about to activate the explosive rune to make the underground city collapse. He would then leave through the secret passage. His heart was filled with excitement. His wish of many years was about to be fulfilled. However, plans were often the opposite of reality. Sensing the rapidly increasing energy reaction, Han Shao raised his eyebrows. "Yo, you broke through to grade B temporarily." But the next second, the Void Dragon mechanical suit instantly appeared. Han Shao teleported to Rizar's side, pressed down on his head, and slammed it down. Bang! Before Rizar could react, his head was already in the ground. His staff slipped out of his hand and flew far away. The power that had just increased did not have any effect at all. The feeling of power only lasted for a few seconds before it was scattered. Chapter 401. His old face was stuck to the ground, and his beautiful robe was stained with dust. It was as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. Rizar could not move at all. He was both shocked and furious. Years of hope had finally appeared. He could not fall in the darkness before dawn no matter what. Even if the opponent was a strong enemy from the higher world, it was not impossible for him to fight now. Rizar activated his magic power. Bright red magic power mixed with blue magic power gushed out with his body as the center, creating an intense gale. The expressions of Rex and the other Planet Dawn soldiers who were 100 meters away all changed. Nidorm Repulsion Ring pushed away enemies within 10 meters and was used to deal with enemies at close range. It was a must-learn spell for Planet Dawn mages. Its power depended on the mage's ability. The ring released by Rizar was the strongest that Rex had ever seen. It was rumored that only Ascenders could have such powerful magic power. This meant that Rizar had reached that level. Rex's expression tensed up. This was troublesome. Prepare to throw spears as support. Rex ordered loudly. The Blue Shield Knights around him all raised their conical spears and prepared to throw them. In his opinion, Rizar had reached the level of an Ascender, so he should be on par with the warriors from the higher world. Just in case, he decided to help. However, when he turned around, he realized that the other mercenaries from the higher world were all calm and had no intention of attacking. Don't worry, Lingus said with a smile. Captain Blackstar's ability is well known in the mercenary circle of the Garden Star system. Rex was stunned. He took a closer look and saw through the backflow of magic power. No matter how powerful Rizar's magic power was, Han Shao was still standing at the same spot, as steady as a rock. His outstretched palm pinned Rizar to the ground like a nail, not moving at all. At this time, Rizar suddenly felt that the mechanical suit's palm on his head started to generate a terrifying power that made him tremble in fear. It seemed like some powerful attack was about to be released at close range. His weak body would definitely not be able to take it. In his panic, he did not even bother to push Han Shao away and hurriedly cast all sorts of defensive enhancements on himself. The next moment, gray energy mist appeared on the Void Dragon mechanical suit. It flowed along the arm and spurted out from the palm. Rizar's head happened to be in the palm, and he welcomed the first wave of power. Boom! Intense explosion. Gray fog gushed out, like thousands of sharp blades. The gray shockwaves spread out in all directions. The ground was instantly covered with gullies, as if it had been plowed. At the center of the explosion, there was a hole with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Before the aftershock of the explosion dissipated, Han Zhao's body glowed with a gray light, and a second energy spray erupted. Void Jet. Even a lion would need to go all out to catch a rabbit. Even if the enemy was weaker, Han Shao would not give them a chance and would still go all out. Although Rizar had broken through to Gray B and was at the same level as Han Shao, he had only just reached the threshold and was not familiar with his own power yet. Han Technician dealt with this kind of newbie grade B as easily as a father beating his son. He continuously shot out 3 Void Jet at full power, consuming 1,170 points of the mechanical suit's energy. 3 high damage numbers popped up above Rizar's head, dealing a total of 4,700 HP in just a few seconds. The killing efficiency was extremely high. This was the strongest explosive move without using Flaming Will. Flaming Will had a cooldown of 5 minutes, but Void Jet did not. It had already become Han Zhao's regular trump card. The smoke dissipated, and Rizar lay in the hole. His entire body was covered in wounds from the energy impact. Void Jet was a pure energy attack that contained the space attribute. Just like how the ice attribute could slow down and the fire attribute could burn, the space attribute's direct effect was to nullify part of the target's resistance and reduce the damage reduction. The damage in an extremely short amount of time was more than half of Rizar's HP. Rizar was heavily injured and unconscious. He even had a concussion. A Grey B mini-boss type character was easily defeated by Han Shao in less than 10 seconds. After many battles in the past 9 months, Han Shao already knew the various attributes and functions of the Void Dragon mechanical suit very well. Among the lightweight individual mechanical suits of the same grade, the Void Dragon mechanical suit was definitely one of the top. Against supers of the same grade, Void Jet was an extremely useful ultimate move. The difference in strength is actually this big. Rex's mouth was dry, and his eyes were filled with shock. Rizar, whose strength had increased tremendously, was already one of the top supers on Planet Dawn. Even 10 of him would not be able to defeat the current Rizar. However, in front of this mercenary, Rizar was like a baby who could not fight back at all. Are all the people in the higher world this strong? The soldiers of Planet Dawn were in a daze. A huge crisis in their eyes was resolved so easily. Everyone felt that it was unreal, as if they were dreaming. Han Shao grabbed Rizar by the back of his collar and threw him in front of Rex. The mechanical suit folded automatically, and he returned to his casual clothes. The hundreds of cannons around him turned back into compressed orbs one after another. Pulled by the magnetic force, they rolled toward him on the ground. One by one, they lined up obediently and crawled back to his belt and the inner lining of his clothes along his legs. It was like hundreds of cannons returning to their nest and thousands of balls paying homage to their master. Done. Pack up. Han Shao clapped his hands. With his current strength, it was not difficult for him to dominate Planet Dawn. One word, crush. As if waking up from a dream, Rex ordered his subordinates to tie Rizar up layer by layer with chains. He explained, "The king wants me to capture Rizar alive and bring him back for a public trial. He also wants me to interrogate him about where he learned the ancient ritual to prevent anyone else from knowing how to absorb the origin water. You guys can do whatever you want. My job is done." Han Shao raised his eyebrows. At this time, Rizar slowly woke up. He was dizzy and realized that he was tied up by chains that suppressed magic. The magic in his body was forced to stay still and could not be used. He subconsciously wanted to struggle and resist, but he suddenly saw Han Shao beside him and quickly stopped. As long as Han Shao was beside him, resisting would just be asking for humiliation and suffering. However, he could not hold back his anger. He glared at Han Shao and clenched his teeth. If it were not for this group of reinforcement from the higher world, he would have succeeded by now. Before this, he would never have expected the Vane Kingdom to be able to summon such powerful reinforcements. These intruders were the culprits that ruined his plan. Rizar was furious. "Why did you guys stop me?" "This has nothing to do with you guys," Han Shao shrugged. "Why do you ask so many questions? It's all work. I've dealt with dozens of villains like you. What right do thieves have to complain about the police? If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for running into us when you were committing the crime. What's your motive?" "I just don't want to be trapped on a backward planet forever." "Can you understand the feeling of disillusionment and surprise when I found out that we're just one of the countless races in the universe? We're not special, but it also means that we have a lot of companions. I don't want to be ignorant and backward forever. I don't want to stay here and wait for death like the people on this planet. I want to see the real world. Since my ritual has failed, there is no need for you to deal with me anymore. Aren't you mercenaries? If they can hire you to deal with me, I can hire you too. Please take me away from Planet Dawn. I can give you all my wealth as a reward. If you don't need it, I can also work for you," Rizar said as he tugged on the chains, making a rattling sound. Rizar was still trying his best. The soldiers beside him could not help but become nervous when they heard that. They were afraid that the mercenaries from the higher world would betray them. Han Shao did not hesitate and rejected the new mission, Rizar's request, that popped up on the interface. "Sorry, we Black Star are a trustworthy mercenary group. Furthermore, even if you have a good reason, it's not an excuse to harm the planet," he said calmly. Rizar was angry and helpless. He did not say anything and let the soldiers pull on his chains. Back on the ground, the army gathered and rested. They were about to return. Rex found Han Shao and said solemnly, "Captain Blackstar, Captain Lin Gu, on behalf of the Vane Kingdom, I would like to invite all of you to the palace as guests. The king wants to thank you personally. I wonder if you guys have the time." "Sure, then we'll go with you guys. We can take a look around Planet Dawn." Han Shao nodded. Of course, this was an excuse. His main goal was to get information about the signs of the mutation disaster. Going through the upper world was the most convenient way to gather information. Since the king had come to him personally, he would not miss it. "I'll stay too. Let's go together." Lin Gu originally did not want to stay, but when he saw Han Shao agree, he quickly changed his mind. His goal was to stay with the Black Star mercenary a little longer and make his presence known. The Alliance army quickly cleaned up the battlefield, and the tribes left separately. The Blue Shield Knights escorted Rizar and headed toward the Vane Kingdom. Late at night, the Blue Shield Knights were stationed on a plain. The night on Planet Dawn was very dark, and one could not even see their own fingers. Most of the creatures in the wild were dark creatures, and light had the effect of dispelling wild beasts. The Knights' temporary camp was equipped with fluorescent lighting spells as a light source. The weak fluorescent light floated in the camp, and they could barely see. Rizar was locked in a prison van in the middle of the camp. The guards around him kept changing shifts and keeping an eye on him. Late at night, in a single tent, Han Shao turned on his galactic communicator and looked at the mercenary hiring interface. Chapter 402. Black Star Mercenary Credibility Points. 875. High Credibility Level. Total Size. 173 Grade D. 39 Grade. 132 Grade B. 2 missions completed. 76 Main Area of Activity. Colton Star Cluster History. Sunil Defense Battle, Silver Rescue Operation, Rosai Planet 9512 Exploration, Uberly Hub laid on, Large Stargate Maintenance Guard, Note, Eliminating Parasitic Space-Eating Bugs, Pursuit of Purple Fungus Civilization Rebel Leader Pilapalapa Wasasa. There's 71 missions left. Collapse/Expand, Founder, Black Star, Han Shao Data Creation, Year 688, October 2 Overall Evaluation. Small to medium-sized mercenary group. They have a good reputation, high credibility, and strong abilities. They have completed many missions with high ratings. Most of the mercenaries under them are immortal. They have a cooperative relationship with many large armies. They are stationed in Uberly Hub all year round and are often in charge of the surrounding affairs. They are under the command of Ames, the Dragon Emperor. They are a reliable mercenary group active in the Colton Star Cluster. In the past 9 months, the Black Star mercenary's history had increased by quite a bit. With the players as his combat strength, he did not lose any manpower and could even maximize his gains. It was very convenient. In the past 9 months, he had only done cooperative missions and kept a low profile, earning quite a lot of money. His savings had reached 784,000 anus. Other than buying some materials, metals, and parts to build new machines, he had saved the rest to complete his class advancement mission. With so much money, buying 1 high-end knowledge was not a problem, but 2 would be a little difficult. According to the standards of galactic mercenaries, the missions on Planet Dawn were very simple, so the reward was naturally not high. However, he did not accept this mission just for the reward. Because Han Shao was preparing to find out more about the mutation disaster on Planet Dawn, he had let the spaceship that was hovering outside the atmosphere of Planet Dawn leave first during the day. He had hitched a ride there. It was good to have more partners. Traveling was free, and it was even better than DD to spaceship. The faint light from the communicator screen shone on his face. The light and shadow were three-dimensional and unpredictable. It'll be the International League in a few days. Once we're done here, let's bring the team back to Uberly Hub. 3 months ago, well, that's more than 2 weeks ago for the players, the Tournament Alliance released the rules for the first international finals. They said that the shop had set up a gathering crystal that was specially bought for the shortlisted players from various countries. The effect was similar to the dungeon crystal. The players would gather from each planet to a simulated competition venue, and the competition would be broadcasted live. The format of the first competition was the same as in his previous life. After the players were able to travel through space, the international competition would be held in a real environment. The stage would then become planets and star systems. The players from these Chinese clubs had followed him for a year, and they had earned a lot of money. They were equipped with powerful equipment, and they would definitely perform better in the international tournament than in his previous life. In his previous life, the Chinese club's performance in the first tournament was quite infuriating. They didn't play the game until it was time, and they were stuck in a stalemate. In order to prevent the public from blaming them, their tactics were basically dragged out and cowardly. Sometimes, they would be able to exhaust the enemy to death, and sometimes they would still lose after exhausting the enemy for half a day. It made the spectators feel aggrieved and uncomfortable. In the end, when the Chinese team's matches were broadcasted, the viewership ratings were very low. The players preferred to watch the passionate fights between the gays and foreigners, and when they encountered the Chinese team's counterattacks, they would directly skip the counterattacks. Although the Chinese club's rankings in the first tournament were passable, they didn't have any outstanding performances. The first impression that they left on the world was that they were good at counterattacking. If they don't become more ferocious this time, they would have followed me for nothing. Han Shao curled his lips. After the International League, it will be almost time for the version update. The players will temporarily disappear, and the benefits of accepting mercenaries won't be high anymore. At that time, I won't be a mercenary. Small teams will be more flexible, and I can make some preparations for the mutation disaster in year 20. I need to come up with a plan, and at the same time, I can also trick some main character type characters to increase my staff. While thinking, Han Shao suddenly felt a slight anomaly. His eyes flashed, and he stood up and walked out of the tent. The surroundings were silent. He looked around and was slightly stunned. The prison carriage in the middle of the camp was empty. Rizar was nowhere to be found, and the guards around him were also gone. Escaped? He didn't want anything to go wrong with the mission. He changed into his mechanical suit and scanned with the radar. He discovered that Rizar's signal was in a small forest outside the camp, and there were more than 10 soldiers' signals beside him. Not far away, there was a single signal that was much stronger than the soldiers. After checking the database, it was actually the commander of the Knights, Rex. The other soldiers are all asleep. Why did they kidnap Rizar and bring him to the small forest at night? F***CK, it can't be. Han Xiao took in a deep breath. That was an old man. He was convinced by this taste. He walked into the forest in fear and tiptoed, ready to turn and run at any moment before he saw anything unclean. He turned on his night vision mode and carefully looked at the scene in the forest. Rizar was tied up tightly with chains that suppressed magic. A few knights surrounded him, holding steel swords. Their lips were moving as if they were saying something. Han Xiao turned up the sound collection function of his combat suit and heard their conversation. I'll ask you one last time. Where did you get the ritual method? I found a stone tablet in the ruins of an ancient underground city. The incomplete ritual method was written on it. I used blood as the power to change the spell. How many times do you want me to say it? Who else knows about this spell? Not a single one. After I memorized the spell, I destroyed the stone tablet. Do you think I would tell others about such a dangerous spell? It's only safe in my hands. Rizar had an impatient expression as he answered the knight who asked the question in front of him. This knight rubbed his hands and suppressed his excitement in his tone. How about this? Let's make a deal. You tell me the ritual method, and I'll let you go. To tell you the truth, I'm also very interested in the higher world, hee. Rizar's eyes lit up as if he had grabbed onto his last life-saving straw. Haha, there's always a way out. Immediately after, Rizar thought for a while, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. From his perspective, he felt that if he told them the method, these people would definitely kill him. He secretly raised his guard and asked, "How do I believe that you're not trying to trick me into telling you the spell?" The knight in front of him said, "We're the guards on duty at this time. If you die, it'll be very easy to track us down. Then, you're not afraid that I'll kill you after I escape?" Rizar narrowed his eyes. "Humph, do you dare? Once there's a magic wave, those mercenaries from the higher world will come and finish you off. Then if I run, won't you be tracked down too? Hee, you don't have to worry about that. What if you immediately call for help after you let me go? Then you can rat us out." After this conversation, Rizar gradually believed that these knights did want to make a deal with him. His tense nerves relaxed a little. His attention was on arguing with the knight in front of him, so he did not notice that the knights behind him quietly raised their steel swords and aimed at his vital parts. Even if Rizar was grade B, his life would still be in danger if he was pierced by a steel sword while his ability was suppressed. Han Xiao secretly observed, and his eyes flashed. He originally thought that these knights were after Rizar's spell, and the deal was almost done. Why did they suddenly want to kill him? Seeing that these knights were about to make a move, Han Xiao thought for a while and walked out. Hearing the footsteps, everyone present suddenly turned around. When they saw who it was, they were all shocked. Rizar's expression changed drastically. "Why is it you again?" If the conversation just now had been heard, the fire of hope that had been raised with much difficulty would have been extinguished by a piss. Han Xiao glanced around and realized that although these knights were shocked, they did not panic because their private deal was exposed. "What's going on?" Han Xiao decided to ask first. You heard it?" A knight asked carefully. "Guess." Han Xiao's gaze landed on his steel sword. "Kill him." The knight roared, turned around, and stabbed Rizar in the chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Han Xiao's expression was weird. He thought that these knights wanted to attack him. What was going on now? Rizar's eyes widened. Before he could react, the other knights also stabbed him with their swords. Han Xiao's figure flashed, and these knights only felt their vision blur. Their bodies flew into the air and were instantly kicked away by Han Xiao. "Although I don't know what's going on, I'll stop you guys first." Han Xiao glanced at Rizar. This guy was kneeling on the ground, his face pale, and he was panting heavily. Although he was a master mage, his endurance was more than 100, so he would not die. The steel sword did not pierce deep, but it probably pierced through his lungs, making it difficult for him to breathe. Can anyone explain? Han Shao glanced at the knights. Everyone pursed their lips and did not say anything. Turning around and looking deep into the forest, Han Shao said to the darkness, "The one hiding, they're not talking, so you explain it to me." Approaching footsteps sounded in the forest. Rex, who had been hiding at the side for a long time, walked out with a serious expression. When Han Shao appeared, he knew that he could not hide anymore. Taking a deep breath, Rex slowly said, "These knights are my trusted subordinates. I arranged for them to be on duty together. I brought him here to kill Rizar." Han Shao raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you already capture him? Why do you still need to assassinate him? You could just kill him openly." Rex shook his head. "The king wants me to capture him alive, put him in jail for a public trial, and put him in jail. Captain Blackstar, you're not from our kingdom, so I'll be honest with you. For a criminal like Rizar, who has ascended level, the kingdom's upper echelons will very likely hand him over to Ghidorah's emissary in exchange for something. This way, Rizar will live and go to the higher world as he wished. I don't want to give someone like him, who almost killed millions of citizens for his own selfish reasons. Also, Rizar knows the ritual to absorb the origin water. Maybe someone in the kingdom has selfish motives and will force him to tell us the ritual spell and let him live. This kind of terrifying spell has the risk of spreading. Once this happens, there will be a similar crisis. Therefore, even if I have to disobey the king's orders, I cannot let him reach the capital alive. As long as I kill him like this, I can use the excuse that Rizar escaped and was killed by us. Captain Blackstar, I'm very grateful for your timely help, but this is our kingdom's matter. Please don't interfere." Rex's tone was stern. Although he knew that he was no match for Han Shao, he had no intention of backing down. Han Shao was enlightened. "Oh, so that's how it is. The deal is a trick to distract Rizar. You have some ideas." He sized up Rex. He was so righteous and righteous. Was he another main character? Or did you make up an excuse long ago and put on an act in front of me? Han Zhao's eyes turned. He pointed at Rizar and said, "Since you don't want him to go back alive, why don't you give him to me? That way, it'll be easier for you to die." "What do you want him to do?" Rex frowned. "Don't ask. Anyway, I will bring him to the galaxy, the higher world far away from you guys. I will never let him come back." Hearing this, Rizar was overjoyed. His dream was to go to the higher world. He was already in despair, but he did not expect to see a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. However, when he looked up, he saw Han Shao smiling at him. There was an indescribable meaning in the smile. It was malicious and seemed to be emitting a chilling aura. Rizar shivered for some reason. The excitement he just had quickly cooled down. Chapter 4:03. Boom! The explosion woke up the night. The Blue Shield Knights in the camp walked out of their tents and looked at the forest not far away in shock. Thick smoke was rising. They turned around and saw that Rizar, who was in the prisoner carriage, was missing. They were shocked. The prisoner escaped. At this moment, someone shouted. The knights hurriedly picked up their shields and steel swords and rushed to the scene of the explosion. After entering the forest, they saw Han Shao standing in front of a huge pit. Inside the pit were charred body pieces that looked like charcoal. They could not see the human form. Rex hurried over with a serious expression. "What happened here? Your prisoner almost escaped, but I found out." Han Shao shrugged. "You saw yourself. I accidentally went overboard." Rizar was strangled to death. The knights who rushed over were shocked. Rex's expression changed. He shook his head and said, "The king wants him alive. He wouldn't have died, but he sought his own death. What a pity." As the commander, he settled this matter with a few words. He pretended to severely punish a few guards and then ordered the knights under him to go back to sleep. Seeing this, the others did not pursue the matter. Since Rizar was strangled to death, there was no need to escort him. They did not have to be nervous on the way. Many people heaved a sigh of relief and secretly felt refreshed. Most of them had the same thoughts as Rex. They wanted to kill Rizar. Some of the knights' hometowns were in the southern territory, and Rizar almost killed their families in the countryside. If it were not for the warriors from the higher world, the consequences would have been unimaginable. An attempted crime could not be treated as if nothing had happened. A few veterans who had been with Rex for a long time sensed something and looked at Rex meaningfully. They understood their superior. This escape was probably planned and put on a show for the king and nobles who wanted to capture Rizar alive. Killing Rizar was to prevent anyone from harboring evil intentions. Rex had a very high reputation in the army, and he was loved by everyone. The soldiers did not have a good impression of nobles, so they had a tacit understanding and pretended not to know anything. After everyone left, Rex nodded at Han Shao and left together with him. Han Shao did not return to the camp. Instead, he walked far away. In the dark night, he came to the back of a small hill. Rizar was thrown there. Haluz crossed his arms and guarded beside him. In the end, Rex still handed Rizar over. Although he really wanted to kill Rizar, he did not have much choice in front of Han Shao. He could only believe what Han Shao said. "How is he?" Han Shao asked. "The wound on his chest has been bandaged. He won't die," Haluz replied. "Very good. I'm going to follow the knights to the king's capital. You stay in the wilderness with Rizar. After I'm done, we'll call the spaceship and leave together." Haluz nodded. He then sized Rizar up and asked in confusion, "Black Star, do you want to recruit this mage? He's not a good person. Do I look like I lack people?" Han Shao patted his back and said, "Don't forget, I promised to bring hundreds of thousands of super warriors to solve the problem of Sunil. I don't like him. All right, I'll listen to you. I'll stay and guard him. If he tries to run, I'll cut him in half." Haluz trusted Han Shao a lot. He knew that his fate was tied to Han Zhao's. Back then, he had only joined Black Star with a skeptical attitude. After so many things, he firmly believed that Han Shao had the ability to fulfill the promise he made when he first recruited him and changed the future of his race. "Since you're not recruiting him, what do you want him to do?" Haluz asked. Rizar looked up at Han Shao. His old face was filled with fear. He did not know what was waiting for him. "Just watch." Han Shao took out a small suction cup device. There were many tiny needles in the center of the suction cup. He pressed them on the blood vessels on Rizar's arm. The needles were inserted into the blood vessels and slowly drew out blood. Gradually, they had a faint glow of magic. Rizar suddenly felt the magic in his body flowing away. He looked at the device on his arm that looked like a blood-sucking bug. This thing was drawing out his magic. No. He tried to struggle, but his strength was quickly disappearing. His magic was continuously disappearing. Very soon, the wrinkles on Rizar's face increased rapidly. It was as if he had aged 10 years. A sense of weakness spread throughout his body. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, when he was still an ordinary person. The magic in his body had dried up, and he seemed to have turned back into an ordinary person. "Where's my power? Give me back my power." He had only obtained the power of an ascender for less than half a day. He had not even properly experienced it yet, and he had already lost the power that he had obtained with much difficulty. Rizar broke down. Even when the plan that he had worked on for 20 years failed, he was not as desperate as he was now. Power was the foundation that supported his confidence, and Han Shao had taken away his foundation. After losing his power, Rizar's temperament seemed to have turned back into that of an ordinary person. No, he was even worse than an ordinary person. He cried and begged. Han Shao shook his head. Some people had power and could do whatever they wanted. Once they lost their power, they would become cowards, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The device in his hand was the super gene extractor, experimental model, that he had obtained from the Dark Star's secret message bead. When Haluz saw this thing, he shivered. "Put away. I'm scared." A few months ago, Han Shao had tested the effect of the extractor. The first test subject was Madblade. The effect of using it on players was to absorb 20 to 50 random attribute points and a certain amount of energy, which would be added to the user. The effect lasted from 10 to 120 minutes. In his previous life, the Super Gene Extractor was in the hands of Dark Star. Players could only obtain the damaged Super Gene Extractor by completing the related high difficulty missions. The effect was similar to the one he had, but it was weaker. The practicality of the extractor in battle was very low because it needed to be in contact with the target's body to be effective. Most people had physical or magical armor, so it was difficult for it to be effective. Plus, the prerequisite was to control the enemy and make them not move. The prerequisite was very strict. However, the hidden function of the extractor had to be effective when the target was unprotected. The examples of unprotected states were hibernating, captured, paralyzed, willing, and so on. This meant that the target was under one's complete control. If the player was unlucky enough to be affected, they would enter a 12-hour period of weakness, which was commonly known as sheep's tail. Their attributes would decrease by 30 to 90 points, depending on the power of the extractor. If an NPC was affected, not only would they be weakened, but they would also produce an ability potion. After drinking it, they would temporarily obtain a certain ability of the target, which would appear as a temporary character summon card on the player's interface. The second test subject that Han Xiao obtained this result was Haluz. Haluz clearly remembered the fear and weakness he felt when his power was taken away. He had only endured a small amount of damage, but it still took him a few days to recover. This thing that could take away the genes of supers was the natural enemy of supers. Just how many supers had been destroyed by the organization that created this device? Han Xiao took out 3 empty tubes and stored the blood extracted by the device. You have received Ability Potion X3. He directly drank a tube of it. The sweet and fishy taste filled his mouth, and the warm blood flowed down his throat. It was very choking. Then, a unique warmth of magic power rippled through his body. You have received Character Summon Card. Rizar, Temporary. Character Summon Card. Rizar, Temporary. Origin Water Magic Power. Temporarily obtain power that exceeds one's own. Plus 20 all attributes. Duration, 5 to 15 minutes. Number of uses, 0 to 1. This character summon card's duration, 15 days. Buff bonus, not a bad ability. Han Xiao was very satisfied. Rizar's loss of magic power was only temporary. It was just that this crying old man himself did not know about it. This meant that Han Xiao could continuously take advantage of him and mass-produce ability potions. Although the temporary character summon card ability would be different every time, Han Xiao believed that the players would pay for this new product. In Han Xiao's previous life, Darkstar had also used the Super Gene Extractor to carry out this plan. The difference was that Han Xiao would not randomly grab people and use them as batteries. The temporary character summon card was just icing on the cake for him. He would not force it. He would only do it when he met someone he could do it with a clear conscience. I remember you begging me to bring you to the higher world. I'll agree to it now. Han Xiao's smile was like a demon in Rizar's eyes. This old man trembled, and his face was filled with fear and begging. Going to the higher world like this was completely different from what he had imagined. Deep regret rose from his heart and climbed up to his eyes. You're a demon. Rizar wanted to roar, but he could only make a weak sound. Han Xiao was amused. You're the one complaining first? 2 days later, the Blue Shield Knights returned to the capital. This city was located on a plain. A Origin River separated the city in the middle, making it the West Bank and the East Bank. It also separated the classes. On the East Bank were the noble mansions and palaces. They were exquisite and luxurious. On the West Bank was the crowded civilian area. There were many castles, and all kinds of arches and sewage pipes formed complicated streets. Only those who had lived here for more than a decade remembered the route. Normal people would completely get lost after walking around a few times. It was noon. The sun was the size of a soybean hanging in the sky. The light was dim, giving the city a dark yellow color. The buildings and streets covered each other, and the light and shadows were scattered. It was like dusk when the sun was setting. However, this was the brightest time of the day on Planet Dawn. Rex brought everyone to the East Bank and stayed near the palace. The officer came to welcome them. Facing these guests from the higher world, the officer's attitude was even more respectful than when he was facing the king. He almost wanted to lower his head to the ground. On behalf of the Vane Kingdom, I welcome all of you to Planet Dawn as guests. His Majesty has invited all the warriors from the higher world to attend the palace banquet. He hopes that all of you will do him the honor. At that time, our ascenders will communicate with all of you through the Kingdom Protector Mages and pay the remuneration for this employment. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Of course, no one had any objections. Chapter 404. At night, the palace was brightly lit. Everyone accepted the invitation and changed into exquisite formal attire brought by the steward to attend the banquet. The palace attendant led the way, and everyone came to the garden courtyard. It was already set up as an open-air banquet venue. The bright and warm firelight dispelled the darkness of the night. Exquisite food was placed on the long tables. There were green, yellow, and purple vegetables and fruits, fragrant roasted meat from unknown beasts, sweet pies overflowing with fresh milk, and light blue clear wine brewed from origin water. The attendants carried plates and shuttled among them. The musicians sat in the center and played strange instruments. The notes danced happily on the strings while the light blue-skinned Vanian nobles chatted with each other in the courtyard. The banquet had just started. There was a pavilion in the corner of the courtyard. The Vanian king and the high-ranking nobles were sitting in it. They kept looking at the path in the courtyard. When they saw the arrival of the upper world warriors, the king cleared his throat and stood up. "Welcome to the banquet. I'm Gallo Mio. Thank you for your generous help," said the king. Mio meant king and leader in the Vanian language. It was also how the king addressed himself. King Gallo was a rather sturdy middle-aged man. As he thanked them, he walked down from the pavilion and welcomed them personally without any arrogance. The other nobles stopped talking and bowed to Han Xiao and the rest. In front of the guests from the upper world, they knew that their noble status was meaningless. This was a difference in level. It was similar to how the chiefs of a primitive tribe faced the guests from a civilized city, but the difference was even bigger. The upper world warriors were powerful dragons that could ignore the local snakes. Lingo looked like he was following Han Xiao's lead. Han Xiao had no choice but to answer as the leader. He said a lot of polite words like it was a small matter. Then, King Gallo tried to get closer to them and said a few jokes that were not funny at all. The nobles burst into laughter as if it was some extremely funny joke. A group of kingdom protectors walked out with the galactic communicator in their hands. They were so careful as if it was some kind of holy item. After a few operations, the virtual projection of an ascender appeared in the middle of the courtyard, causing the Vanians to exclaim in shock. Han Xiao heard an old noble beside him say to his son, "Cherish this moment. Only when important guests arrive can we see such a miracle." The eldest Volga curled his lips. "These people have never seen the world." The second brother glanced at him coldly. "Weren't we like this when we were young?" The eldest brother was speechless. He snorted and stopped talking. He turned around and saw the third brother gnawing on a beast's leg happily, oil dripping from his mouth. King Jia Lu exchanged a few words with the ascender. The ascender thanked everyone for their help and transferred the reward to everyone's account. Then, he ended the communication. King Jia Lu smiled and said, "Please enjoy the food and wine to your heart's content. This will be a wonderful night." The host and guests enjoyed themselves, and everyone blended into the atmosphere of the banquet. Different civilizations and races had their own cultural customs. Everyone followed the customs. From time to time, nobles would come over to chat with them. Their attitudes were cautious and curious. There were also programs at the banquet. Not long after, a group of dancers came on stage and shuttled through the crowd. Han Xiao did not have any feelings for these blue-skinned Vanians. He drank a few mouthfuls of origin water wine and turned around to see Arosia staring at the dining table, as if she was hesitating whether to eat or not. Han Xiao walked over and habitually put his arm around her shoulders. He glanced at her and said, "There haven't been any battles recently, so you don't need to use your abilities. Eat something." Arosia ignored Han Xiao's actions and picked up a purple fruit. She bit her lips and hesitated. She did not need to eat to survive. She would automatically absorb the free energy in the environment to maintain her own consumption. This was the characteristic of an energy life form. However, Han Xiao was curious about how she would feel when she ate, so he teased her to eat some food. Although Erosia did not feel hungry, when she tasted the delicious food, she felt that eating was a very interesting thing. Eating became her entertainment activity. Compared to the ignorant and extremely calm personality 9 months ago, the current Erosia had more human characteristics. Erosia's digestive ability was very powerful. All the food would be broken down into energy without leaving a single residue, so she did not need to excrete. However, a strange accident happened. The energy transformation could only be used on herself and could not be applied to external objects. Before the food was completely digested, the energy transformation would lose its physical form, and the residue in her stomach that had not been completely digested would fall out in the form of sputtering. At that time, everyone was about to start a battle with a group of enemies. This scene shocked both sides. Everyone looked at the sputtering food residue under the energy transformation and fell into deep silence. Ever since then, Erosia would count the days with her fingers before she ate, calculating whether or not she would need to use her Esper ability before the food was digested. Oh, her Esper ability's strength was increasing rapidly, not losing out to the players at all. It had already reached C+, and she was only half a grade away from the mission requirement of grade B. After picking up and putting down the fruit several times, Erosia finally took a bite of the fruit and showed a happy expression. She handed the fruit that she had taken a bite at to Han Xiao and said, "It's delicious. Try it." Han Xiao took a bite, and his face suddenly wrinkled. He pushed Erosia's hand away and said, "It's sour. You have such a strong taste. Keep it for yourself." Han Xiao guided her to train her energy. After getting along for a long time, Erosia became closer and closer to Han Xiao. The interaction between the two was very intimate, but there were no improper thoughts. Han Xiao did not treat Erosia as a normal female creature at all. In his eyes, she was an energy body without gender, very pure. Erosia herself did not feel like a female, so it was very natural for her to put her arm around his shoulder. Walking to the side, Han Xiao estimated that it was about time. He found King Gallo and said that he wanted to talk. King Gallo invited Han Xiao into the pavilion and asked with a smile, "Captain Blackstar, what do you want to talk to me about?" Han Xiao lowered his voice and said, "It's like this. I want to ask you about a situation. To tell you the truth, I have a special intuition ability. When I arrived, I felt that there seemed to be some kind of virus from the galaxy existing on planet Dawn." King Gallo was shocked. He sat up straight and said, "You're saying that our planet is infected with some kind of disease?" No, this is just a feeling. I still need you to check if there are any large-scale similar symptoms recently. Only then can we confirm whether there is a virus or not." King Gallo took it very seriously. He ordered the affairs officer to organize the intelligence of the various territories. The Vane Kingdom had existed for many years and had a very large intelligence network. Every time, the lords would submit reports about their territories, so it was very convenient to collect them. Not long after, the affairs officer returned to the banquet courtyard and organized a few pages of reports. King Gallo took a look, shook his head, and said, "They are all normal infectious diseases. There doesn't seem to be any large-scale new symptoms." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "It might not be an illness. It could also be an abnormal behavior, such as drowsiness." King Gallo was stunned. Who would check their sleep for no reason? Everyone would close their doors and sleep. Who would talk about the quality of their sleep the night before? There was no record of the sleep situation of the people. King Gallo suddenly thought of something and said, "The mine production of the various territories this year has decreased by 16% compared to last year, but the mine veins have not dried up. Plus, there are more miners than last year. The only factor that can affect the production seems to be working hours. Could it be related to this? Maybe." Upon hearing that, Han Xiao took another look at King Gallo. To be able to find a hidden connection from a seemingly unrelated matter, this king seemed to be quite capable. The incubation period of the mutation virus was very long, and there were many ways for it to spread. The early symptoms of the infected were drowsiness, and they became more and more prone to drowsiness. The symptoms would continue to worsen, and at most, they could sleep for 2 to 3 days. At that time, the mutation virus was about to break out. The higher the growth rate of the virus, the shorter the incubation period, and the more severe the symptoms. It could even skip the drowsiness and enter the next stage. I wonder how Blue Star is doing now, Han Xiao thought to himself. King Gallo was a little worried and asked if there was a solution. Han Xiao shook his head and said that he did not know what it was, but they had better be careful. Then he left. Han Xiao had already obtained the information he wanted and reminded King Gallo so that Planet Dawn would not be caught off guard. After all, this planet was also one of the mission targets. During the incubation period of the mutation virus, Han Xiao did not have any solution unless he was willing to give up on the mutation disaster mission that had not started yet. Furthermore, he had to take a huge risk and hand over the 7th generation of the mutation virus to Ghidorah to create the antidote before the disaster happened. He also had to face Ghidorah's suspicions and interrogation. Doing so would be too much of a loss. He could only wait until the disaster happened and cause a commotion. When Ghidorah and Darkstar officially clashed, only then would he be able to bring out the greatest value of what he had. The only thing I can do to prepare for the mutation disaster is to increase my own combat strength. I will have to wait for the right time for everything else. The next day, Han Xiao rejected King Gallo's invitation again and left the king's capital. He called for a nearby partner spaceship in the wilderness, picked up Haluz and Razar, and returned to Uberly Hub. Brother Lin received Han Xiao's communicator number and happily left with his men. The Black Star mercenary could be considered a celebrity in Uberly Hub. He finally enjoyed the treatment of the Sky Ring army that he had seen when he first came to Uberly Hub a year ago. He did not need to line up, and he had priority in many services. As the group walked on the road, many mercenaries and passers-by looked at them kindly and nodded. After returning to the stronghold, Han Xiao knocked Razar unconscious and placed him in an empty room to be used as a prison. He left him there for the time being, as there was something more important that he needed to pay attention to. The International League would begin in 3 days. The International League was split into 2 stages. The first round was the regular season, where all the participants would be split into groups and take turns to battle. The top 8 teams with the highest points would enter the international finals, and the top 16 teams with the highest points would enter the singles competition. The second stage of the finals would be a fight to the death. The winner of the best of 5 would be decided in the end. On the Chinese side, the qualified teams were King Admiral's Dynasty, Hao Tian's Long Sky, and Li Ji's Temple of God. As for the singles competition, the participants were King Admiral, Snowflower, and Madblade's Raging Sword. The other professional players who did not make it into the finals would train with them day and night, generously lending their equipment to the participants. At such an important moment, everyone put down their daily grudges and were united. The clubs of every country were like this, giving the best equipment and skills to the participants. Every participant had the best essence. This was their first time appearing in an international league. Other than King Admiral, who was the calmest, the other participants were more or less nervous. Not only them, the professional players of every country had the same mentality, nervous and expectant. With the big event approaching, the passion of the players was ignited again. The forums were filled with information about the clubs of every country. All sorts of analysis and prediction posts were posted. Compared to the regional league, the excitement of the international league was even higher. Players from different countries discussed it together, and the forums were very lively. Pork Bun was the first to enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. He temporarily stopped the Black Star chapter that had already been done for 16 episodes and made a special chapter to interview the Chinese participants in the mercenary group before the competition. Chapter 405. Boom! The explosion woke up the night. The Blue Shield Knights in the camp walked out of their tents and looked at the forest not far away in shock. Thick smoke was rising. They turned around and saw that Razar, who was in the prisoner carriage, was missing. They were shocked. The prisoner escaped. At that moment, someone shouted. The knights hurriedly picked up their shields and steel swords and rushed to the scene of the explosion. After entering the forest, they saw Han Xiao standing in front of a huge pit. Inside the pit were charred corpses that looked like charcoal. They could not see the human form. Rex hurried over and asked with a serious expression, "What happened here? Your prisoner almost escaped, but I found out." Han Xiao shrugged. "You saw it yourself. I accidentally went overboard." Rizar was strangled to death. The knights who rushed over were shocked. Rex's expression changed. He shook his head and said, "The king wants him alive. He shouldn't have died, but he chose to die. What a pity." As the commander, he settled this matter with a few words. He pretended to severely punish a few guards, and then ordered the knights under him to go back and sleep. Seeing this, the others did not investigate further. Since Rizar was strangled to death, there was no need to escort him. They did not have to be nervous on the way. Many people heaved a sigh of relief and secretly felt refreshed. Most people had the same thoughts as Rex and wanted to kill Rizar. Some of the knights' hometowns were in the southern territory, and Rizar almost killed their families in the countryside. If it were not for the warriors from the higher world, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They could not pretend that nothing had happened. A few veterans who had followed Rex for a long time noticed something and looked at Rex meaningfully. They knew their commander. The escape this time was probably planned and put on a show for the king and nobles who wanted to capture Rizar alive. Killing Rizar was to prevent anyone from having bad intentions. Rex had a very high reputation in the army and was loved by everyone. The soldiers did not have a good impression of nobles, so they pretended that they did not know anything. After everyone left, Rex nodded at Han Xiao and left together with them. Han Xiao did not return to the camp. Instead, he walked far away. In the dark night, he came to the back of a small hill. Rizar was thrown there. Haluz crossed his arms and guarded beside him. In the end, Rex still handed Rizar over. Although he really wanted to kill Rizar, he did not have much choice in front of Han Xiao. He could only believe what Han Xiao said. "How is he?" Han Xiao asked. "The wound on his chest has been bandaged. He won't die," Haluz replied. "Very good. I'm going to follow the knights to the king's capital. You stay in the wilderness with Rizar. After I'm done, we'll call the spaceship and leave together." Haluz nodded. He then sized Rizar up and asked in confusion, "Black Star, do you want to recruit this mage? He's not a good person. Do I look like I lack people?" Han Xiao patted his back and said, "Don't forget, I promised to bring hundreds of thousands of super warriors to solve the problem of Sunil. I'm not interested in him." "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll stay and watch over him. If he tries to run, I'll kill him." Haluz trusted Han Xiao a lot. He knew that his fate was tied to Han Xiao's. Back then, he had only joined Black Star with a skeptical attitude. After so many things, he firmly believed that Han Xiao had the ability to fulfill the promise he made when he recruited him and had the ability to change the future of his race. "Since you're not recruiting him, what do you want him for?" Haluz asked. Rizar looked up at Han Xiao. His old face was filled with fear and uneasiness. He did not know what was waiting for him next. "Just watch." Han Xiao took out a small suction cup device. There were many tiny needles in the center of the suction cup. He pressed them on the blood vessels on Rizar's arm. The needles were inserted into the blood vessels and slowly drew out his blood. Gradually, they glowed with magic. Rizar suddenly felt the magic in his body being drained. He looked at the device on his arm that looked like a blood-sucking bug. This thing was draining his magic. No. He tried his best to struggle, but his strength was quickly draining away. His magic was draining away. Very soon, the wrinkles on Rizar's face increased rapidly. It was as if he had aged 10 years. A sense of weakness spread throughout his body. It was as if he had returned to his childhood when he was still an ordinary person. The magic in his body had dried up, and he had turned back into an ordinary person. "Where's my power? Give me back my power." He had only obtained the power of an ascender for less than half a day. He had not even properly experienced it yet, and he had already lost the power that he had obtained with much difficulty. Rizar broke down. Even when the plan that he had worked on for 20 years failed, he was not as desperate as he was now. Power was the foundation that supported his confidence, and Han Shao had taken away his foundation. After losing his power, Rizar's temperament seemed to have turned back into that of an ordinary person. No, he was even worse than an ordinary person. He cried and begged. Han Shao shook his head. Some people had power and could do whatever they wanted. Once they lost their power, they would become cowards, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The device in his hand was this super gene extractor experimental model that he had obtained from the Dark Star's secret message bead. When Herlu saw this thing, he shivered. Put it away. I'm scared. A few months ago, Han Shao had experimented with the effects of the stripper. The first test subject was Frenzied Sword. The effect of the stripper on players was to absorb 20 to 50 random attribute points and a certain amount of energy, which would be added to the user. The effect lasted from 0 to 20 minutes. In his previous life, the Super Gene Extractor was in the hands of Dark Star. Players could only obtain the damaged Super Gene Extractor by completing the related high-difficulty missions. The effect was similar to the one he had, but it was weaker. The practicality of the extractor in battle was very low because it needed to be in contact with the target's body to be effective. Most people had physical or magical armor, so it was difficult for it to be effective. Plus, the prerequisite was to control the enemy and make them not move. The prerequisite was very strict. However, the hidden function of the extractor had to be effective when the target was unprotected. The examples of unprotected states were hibernating, captured, paralyzed, willing, and so on. This meant that the target was completely under one's control. If the player was unlucky enough to be affected, they would enter a 2-hour period of weakness known as sheep's tail, and their attributes would decrease by 30 to 90%, depending on the power of the extractor. If an NPC was affected, not only would they be weakened, but they would also produce an ability potion. After drinking the potion, they would temporarily obtain one of the target's abilities, which would appear as a temporary character summon card on the player's interface. The second experiment subject that Han Shao obtained this result was Haluz. Haluz clearly remembered the fear and weakness he felt when his power was taken away. He had only endured a small amount of damage, but it still took him a few days to recover. This thing that could take away the genes of supers was the natural enemy of supers. Just how many supers have been destroyed by the organization that created this kind of device? Han Shao took out 3 empty potion tubes and stored the blood extracted by the device. You have received Ability Potion 3. He directly drank a tube of it. The sweet and fishy taste filled his mouth, and the warm blood flowed down his throat. It was very choking. Then, a unique warmth of magic power rippled through his body. You have received Character Summon Card, Rizar, Temporary. Character Summon Card, Rizar, Temporary, Origin Water Magic Power. Temporarily obtain a power that exceeds one's own. Plus 20% all attributes. Duration, 5 to 5 minutes. Uses, 0/ this character summon card's duration. 5 days, buff bonus, not a bad ability. Han Shao was very satisfied. Rizar's loss of magic power was only temporary. It was just that this crying old man himself did not know about it. This meant that Han Shao could continuously take advantage of him and mass-produce ability potions. Although the temporary character summon card's ability would be different every time, Han Shao believed that the players would pay for this new product. In Han Zhao's previous life, Darkstar had also used the Super Gene Extractor to carry out this plan. The difference was that Han Shao would not randomly grab someone to use as a battery. The temporary character summon card was just icing on the cake for him. He would not force it. He would only do it if he met someone he could do it with a clear conscience. I remember that you begged me to bring you to the higher world. I'll agree to it now. Han Zhao's smile was like a demon's in Rizar's eyes. This old man trembled, and his face was filled with fear and begging. Going to the higher world like this was completely different from what he had imagined. A thick sense of regret rose from his heart and climbed up to his eyes. You're a demon. Rizar wanted to roar, but he could only make a weak sound. Han Shao was amused. You're the one complaining first? 2 days later, The Blue Shield Knights returned to the capital. This city was located on a plain. A origin river separated the city in the middle, making it the West Bank and the East Bank. It also separated the classes. On the East Bank were the noble mansions and palaces. They were exquisite and luxurious. On the West Bank was the crowded civilian area. There were many castles, and all kinds of arches and sewage pipes formed complicated streets. Only those who had lived here for more than 10 years remembered the route. Normal people would completely lose their way after walking a few rounds. It was noon. The sun was the size of a soybean hanging in the sky. The light was dim, giving the city a dark yellow color. The buildings and streets covered each other, and the light and shadows were scattered. It was like dusk when the sun was setting. However, this was the brightest time of the day on planet Dawn. Rex brought everyone to the East Bank and stayed near the palace. The officer came to welcome them. Facing these guests from the higher world, the officer's attitude was even more respectful than when he was facing the king. He could not help but lower his head to the ground. On behalf of the Vane Kingdom, I welcome all of you to planet Dawn as guests. His Majesty has invited all the warriors from the higher world to attend the palace banquet. He hopes that all of you will do him the honor. At that time, our ascenders will communicate with you through the Kingdom Protector mages and pay the remuneration for this employment. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Of course, no one had any objections. Chapter 406. At night, the palace was brightly lit. Everyone accepted the invitation and changed into exquisite formal attire brought by the affairs officer to attend the banquet. The palace attendant led the way, and everyone came to the garden courtyard. It had been set up as an open-air banquet venue. The bright and warm firelight dispelled the darkness of the night. Exquisite food was placed on long tables. There were green, yellow, and bright purple plants, fruits and vegetables, fragrant barbecued meat from unknown beasts, sweet pies overflowing with fresh milk, and light blue clear wine brewed from source water. Waiters shuttled around with plates in their hands. Musicians sat in the center and played strange instruments. The notes danced happily on the strings while the Vanian nobles with light blue skin toasted each other in the courtyard. The banquet had just started. There was a pavilion in the corner of the courtyard. The Vanian king and high-ranking nobles were sitting in it. They looked at the path in the courtyard frequently. When the upper world warriors arrived, the king cleared his throat and stood up. "Welcome to the palace banquet. I am Gal Mio. Thank you for your generous help," said the king. Mio, in the Vanian language, meant king and leader. It was also the king's self-title. King Gal was a rather sturdy middle-aged man. As he thanked them, he walked down from the pavilion and personally welcomed them without any arrogance. The other nobles stopped talking and bowed to Han Xiao and the others. In front of the guests from the upper world, they knew that their noble status was meaningless. This was a difference in level. It was a little like how a primitive tribe's chief faced a guest from a civilized society, but the difference was even bigger. The warriors from the upper world were strong dragons that could ignore the local snakes. Brother Lin looked like he was following Han Zhao's lead. Han Xiao had no choice but to answer as the leader. He said a lot of pleasantries like it was a small matter. Then, King Gao tried to get closer and said a few jokes that were not funny at all. The nobles burst into laughter as if it was some extremely funny joke. A group of kingdom protectors walked out with a galactic communicator in their hands. They were so careful as if it was some kind of holy item. After a few operations, the virtual projection of an ascender appeared in the middle of the courtyard, causing the Vanians to exclaim in shock. Han Xiao heard an old noble beside him say to his son, "Cherish this moment. Only when important guests arrive can we see such a miracle." The eldest Volga pouted. "These people have never seen the world." The second brother glanced at him coldly. "Weren't we like this when we were young?" The eldest brother was speechless. He snorted and stopped talking. He turned around and saw the third brother gnawing on a beast leg happily. His mouth was full of oil. King Jiaolu exchanged a few words with the ascender. The ascender thanked everyone for their help and transferred the reward to everyone's account. Then, he ended the communication. King Jiaolu smiled and said, Please enjoy the food and wine to your heart's content. This will be a wonderful night." The host and guests enjoyed themselves. Everyone blended into the atmosphere of the banquet. Different civilizations and races had their own cultural customs. Everyone followed the customs. From time to time, nobles would come over to chat. Their attitudes were cautious and curious. There were also programs at the banquet. Not long after, a group of dancers came on stage and shuttled through the crowd. Han Xiao did not feel anything for these blue-skinned Vanians. After drinking a few mouthfuls of origin water wine, he turned around and saw Orosia staring at the dining table. She seemed to be hesitating whether to eat or not. Han Xiao walked over and habitually put his arm around her shoulders. He glanced at her and said, "There haven't been any battles recently. You don't need to use your Esper ability. Eat something." Orosia ignored Han Xiao's actions and picked up a purple fruit. She bit her lips and hesitated. She did not need to eat to survive. She would automatically absorb the free energy in the environment to maintain her consumption. This was the characteristic of an energy life form. However, Han Xiao had been curious about how she would feel when she ate, so he had teased her to eat some food. Although Orosia did not feel hungry, when she tasted the deliciousness of the food, she felt that eating was a rather interesting thing. Thus, eating became her entertainment activity. Compared to the ignorant and extremely calm personality 9 months ago, the current Orosia had more human-like characteristics. Orosia's digestive ability was very powerful. All food would be broken down into energy without any residue, so she did not need to excrete. However, a strange accident happened. The energy transformation could only be used on herself and could not be applied to external objects. Before the food was completely digested, the energy transformation would lose its physical form, and the undigested residue in her stomach would fall out in the form of sputtering. At that time, everyone was about to start a battle with a group of enemies. This scene shocked both sides. Everyone looked at the sputtering food residue under the energy transformation and fell into a deep silence. From then on, Orosia would count the days before eating with her fingers, calculating whether she needed to use her Esper ability before the food was digested. Oh, the strength of her Esper ability grew very quickly, not much inferior to the players. It had already reached plus, only half a level away from the mission requirement of level B. After picking up and putting down the fruit several times, Orosia finally took a bite of the fruit and showed a happy expression. She handed the fruit that she had taken a bite of to Han Xiao. "It's delicious. Try it." Han Xiao took a bite, and his face suddenly wrinkled. He pushed Orosia's hand away. It's sour. You have such a strong taste. Keep it for yourself." Han Xiao taught her to train her energy. After getting along for a long time, Orosia became closer and closer to Han Xiao. The interaction between the two was very intimate, but there were no improper thoughts. Han Xiao did not treat Orosia as a normal female creature at all. In his eyes, she was an energy body without gender, very pure. Orosia herself did not feel like a female, so it was very natural for her to put her arm around his shoulder. Walking to the side, Han Xiao estimated that it was about time. He found King Gallo and said that he wanted to talk. King Gallo invited Han Xiao into the pavilion and asked with a smile, "Captain Blackstar, what do you want to talk to me about?" Han Xiao lowered his voice and said, "It's like this. I want to ask you about a situation. To be honest, I have a special intuition ability. When I arrived, I felt that there seemed to be some kind of virus from the galaxy existing on planet Dawn." King Gallo was shocked. He sat up straight and said, "You're saying that our planet is infected with some kind of disease?" No, this is just a feeling. I still need you to check if there are any large-scale similar symptoms recently. Only then can we confirm whether there is a virus or not." King Gallo took it very seriously. He ordered the affairs officer to organize the intelligence of the various territories. The Vane Kingdom had existed for many years and had a very large intelligence network. Every time, every territory lord would submit a territory report, so it was very convenient to collect the information. Not long after, the affairs officer returned to the banquet courtyard and organized a few pages of reports. King Gallo took a look, shook his head, and said, "They are all normal infectious diseases. There doesn't seem to be any large-scale new symptoms." Han Shao raised his eyebrows and said, "It might not necessarily be a disease. It could also be an abnormal behavior, such as sleepiness." King Gallo was stunned. Who would check the sleep situation for no reason? Everyone was sleeping with their doors closed. Who would talk about the quality of their sleep the previous night? There was no record of the sleep situation of the people. King Gallo suddenly thought of something and said, "The mine production of the various territories this year has decreased by % compared to last year, but the mine veins have not dried up. Plus, there are more miners than last year. The only factor that can affect the production seems to be working hours. Could it be related to this? Maybe." Upon hearing that, Han Shao took another look at King Gallo. To be able to find a hidden connection from a seemingly unrelated matter, this king seemed to be quite capable. The incubation period of the mutation virus was very long, and there were many ways of transmission. The early symptoms of the infected were sleepiness, and they became more and more prone to drowsiness. The symptoms would continue to worsen, and, at most, they could sleep for 2 to 3 days. At that time, the mutation virus was about to break out. The higher the growth rate of the virus, the shorter the incubation period, and the more severe the symptoms. It might even skip the sleepiness and enter the next stage. "I wonder how Blue Star is doing now," Han Shao thought to himself. King Gallo was a little worried and asked if there was a solution. Han Shao shook his head and said that he did not know what it was either, but they had better be careful. He then left. Han Shao had already obtained the information he wanted and reminded King Gallo so that Planet Dawn would not be caught off guard. After all, this planet was also one of the mission targets. During the incubation period of the mutation virus, Han Shao did not have any solution unless he was willing to give up on the mutation disaster mission that had not started yet. Furthermore, he had to take a huge risk and give the 7th-generation mutation virus to Ghidorah to create the antidote before the disaster happened. He would also have to face Ghidorah's suspicion and interrogation. Doing so would be too much of a loss. He could only wait until the disaster happened and cause a commotion. When Ghidorah and Darkstar officially clashed, only then would he be able to bring out the greatest value of what he had. "The only thing I can do to prepare for the mutation disaster is to increase my combat strength. The other methods will have to wait for the right time." The next day, Han Shao rejected King Gallo's invitation again and left the king's capital. He called for a nearby spaceship in the wilderness and picked up Herluz and Rizar before returning to Uberly Hub. Brother Lin received Han Zhao's communicator number and happily left with his men. Now, the Black Star mercenary could be considered a celebrity in Uberly Hub. He finally enjoyed the treatment of the Sky Ring Army that he had seen when he first came to Uberly Hub a year ago. He did not need to line up and had priority for many services. As the group walked on the road, many mercenaries and passers-by looked at them kindly and nodded. After returning to the stronghold, Han Shao knocked Rizar unconscious and placed him in an empty room to be used as a prison. He left him there for the time being, as there was something more important that he needed to pay attention to. The International League would begin in 3 days. The International League was split into 2 stages. The first round was the regular season. All the participants would be split into groups and take turns to battle. The top 8 teams with the highest points would enter the international finals, and the top 16 teams with the highest points would enter the singles competition. The second stage of the finals would be a battle of attrition. The winner of 3 out of 5 matches would be decided in the end. On the Chinese side, the qualified teams were King Admiral's Dynasty, Hao Tian's Long Sky, and Li Ji's Temple of God. As for the singles competition, the participants were King Admiral, Snowflower, and Mad Blade's Raging Sword. The other professional players who did not make it into the finals would train with them day and night and generously lend their equipment to the participants. At such an important moment, everyone put down their daily grudges and were united. The clubs of every country were like this. They gave the best equipment and skills to the participants. Every participant had the best essence. This was their first appearance in an international league. Other than King Admiral, who was the calmest, the other participants were more or less nervous. Not only them, but the professional players of every country had the same mentality. They were nervous and expectant. With the big event approaching, the passion of the players was ignited again. The forums were filled with information about the clubs of every country. All kinds of analysis and prediction posts were posted. Compared to the regional league, the international league was even more popular. Players from different countries discussed together, and the forums were very lively. Port Bun had the advantage of being in a favorable position. He temporarily stopped the Black Star chapter that had already been done for 16 episodes and made a special chapter to interview the Chinese participants in a mercenary group. Chapter 407. The international competition is about to begin. This time, I have invited a few captains and contestants to do a simple pre-competition interview. The video was taken at Hangzhou's stronghold in Ubarely Hub. For professional players sat on the sofa and were being interviewed by Pork Bun. The four of them were King Admiral, Hao Tian, Li Gu, Mad Blade, and Furious Sword. They were all captains or contestants of the individual competition. Snowflower, who was originally second in the individual competition, did not join Hangzhou's galactic squad and was still playing in the mud on Blue Star, so he was not included in the interview. The four of them greeted the camera and then entered the normal interview process. Port Bun seemed to have transformed into the host of the Galaxy Times. His back was as straight as a pencil, and he sat in a serious manner. However, no matter how formal his posture was, it could not hide the cheap vibe that he was exuding from inside out. The interview was all normal questions, such as whether they were confident, what preparations they had made, and what their expected ranking was. Ask them if they were confident. Try saying no in front of a large audience. Do you still want to keep the club open? What preparations did they make? Who would reveal such team secrets to you? If my opponent sees it, I'll be half the scapegoat, and half of it will be mine. Expected ranking? Which club did not say that they wanted to be the champion? Even if their target was only the top 8 or the top 4, they could not lose in terms of dignity. Professional players who did not aim to be the champion were not good cooks. The 4 professional players answered these kinds of questions very smoothly. After asking these questions, Bun Hit Dog began to talk nonsense with the 4 of them. In this kind of informal interview, the topics could be more casual. Bun Hit Dog threw out the experts and teams from other countries for everyone to evaluate. The atmosphere was harmonious. Who do you think is the strongest opponent in this competition? Port Bun asked. Ligo pondered and said, France's Tulip Club, America's Devil, TS Thunder Snake, and Key, England's Rose Knight, Japan's Hydra, Korea's Kimchi, and so on. I'm looking forward to practicing with these experts. Although the opponents are very strong, I am confident. These teams were all famous big shots in their respective countries, and their statuses in their respective countries were the same as the 4 big clans in China. Port Bun nodded and looked at the other 3. Do you guys have any opponents that you value? Kings, generals, and ministers? No. Hao Tian said, My only opponent is myself. Frenzied Sword glanced at the 2 gods beside him and gulped. I think what Li Gu said is pretty good, he said carefully. Hao Ian and Wang Ho Jiang glanced at him, their eyes full of disappointment. Mad Blade shrank his neck under their stares. Li Gu had a stiff smile on his face. In his heart, he wanted to take off his shoes and slap the 2 captains' faces. Do you think I can't tell? While they were happily interviewing each other, the bullet screen was filled with complaints. Key of Solomon quickly watched the interview from China and switched to the interview videos from other countries. In France, the captain of the Tulips team, Lost Angel, was being interviewed. You asked me which opponent I value? The 3 Chinese teams. They are strong opponents. Most of the teams should think so. And Wang Ho Jiang and I are old rivals. Lost Angel was an old general. His voice was warm, and he answered with a smile. Key of Solomon watched the interview programs from other countries. When the host asked about the opponents they valued, China's name would definitely be on the list. All the teams valued China's teams greatly. The level of the Chinese clubs was not bad, and they could be ranked in the top, but this was the first time they were targeted by all the teams. This attention came from their opportunity. China was the only place where participating players had entered the galaxy in advance. These foreign clubs had been paying attention to the experience of the Chinese players in Black Star and saw them as strong opponents. After exiting the forum, Key of Solomon looked at his teammates in the room and said calmly, "It seems that the other teams have the same thoughts as us. The Chinese teams are troublesome." Outside the house was the land covered in snow and ice. As far as the eye could see, there were Devil Nest military camps scattered everywhere. From time to time, there would be Devil Army wandering on the land. This house was also a military camp. The few players, including Key of Solomon, all looked like devils. The race on the interface information was juvenile devils. They were more than 2 meters tall, had short horns on their heads, a tail behind them, thick legs with anti-joints, and black devil scales on their bodies. They were fully armed with armor and weapons. Although their faces were ferocious, there were still some human silhouettes. They looked different and could be distinguished. This was the base planet that the American clubs had chosen. It was one of the planets where the Extinguished Army was stationed, Winter Frost Planet. These people were the professional players of the Key Club, and they were all very famous. Poor Electrolux, who was far away in Blue Star, was a retired player of the Key Club. The Key Club was very passionate about planting spies and had a mature operation team that provided all sorts of information and indirect help to their own team. The captain was Key of Solomon. This account was the official account registered by the club. Every captain used this name. The previous one had retired, and this generation's Key of Solomon had just taken office last year. He had defeated all the players in the team through the selection process. The Key Club saw extraordinary potential in him and made an exception to let him be the captain. They decided to focus on training him for the long term and had high hopes for him. The upper echelons of the Key Club were prepared to use 1 or 2 seasons to build an ace team around him and a few old players. They were betting on the future and hoped that they would have the chance to achieve 3 consecutive championships in the future. This was the dream of every team. This generation's Key of Solomon was not as stable as the old players. His battle style and commanding style were known for being fast, fierce, and aggressive. The upper echelons had high hopes for him, and he felt that with his ability, it was natural for him to receive such treatment. However, he had the right to be arrogant. His teammates, fans, and upper echelons all admired his drive. Humility was a virtue of the Chinese, not a virtue of the Americans. Being straightforward and overbearing were the characteristics of the American players. In the first season of the Pro League, most of the clubs had a wait-and-see attitude. They planned to familiarize themselves with the teams and familiarize themselves with the competition. They did not have any requirements for the rankings. However, Key of Solomon did not care about that. He only had one goal: to be the champion. There are many opponents, but there are only a few strong enemies that can pose a hindrance to us. Dynasty is one of them. Other than these obstacles, the other teams are not a threat. They're all prey that we can use to snatch points. Key of Solomon placed his legs on the table and looked at his teammates. The corners of his mouth curled up, and a confident and contemptuous smile hung on his face. "Guys, let me lead you to the championship." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Han Xiao finished dealing with the matters of the mercenary group and did not accept any more missions for the time being. He announced that he needed to rest for a period of time. The international competition would last for 3 to 4 months. Han Xiao only planned to give the players a break at the beginning, about a month's time. He also needed to rest for a while and work out the requirements for class advancement and subclasses. Today was the opening day of the International League. Han Xiao stayed in his room and opened the forum. The live recording of the International League was pinned at the top. It had not started yet. In the hall of the stronghold, all the Black Star players gathered there. The contestants were surrounded in the center, waiting for the market to refresh the gathering crystal. Mad Blade rubbed his hands. He was nervous when he thought about sparring with the experts from various countries. He had never been on such a big stage before. "I've built up my reputation in the division competitions, But if I don't perform well in the international competition, more than half of my previous efforts will be wasted. Only by performing well in the international competition can I build up my reputation and even take another step forward. Mad Blade's heart was burning. He secretly prayed that he would not make a mistake. On the other side, the three captains, Hao Tian, King Admiral, and Li Gu were talking. If any of us are unlucky enough to be in the same group, it's best to cooperate with each other. If any team loses hope of qualifying, then help the other team in the same group. If there's an internal battle, don't try too hard. Li Gu said. Hao Tian interrupted him and said calmly, "No matter who the opponent is, I will give my all. My professionalism does not allow me to go easy." King Admiral yawned and said lazily, "Even if I go easy, you can't beat me." Li Gu was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. Why can't these two see the big picture? We are now the representatives of China. If we don't get a good ranking, it's wrong whether we are justified or not. It will have a huge negative impact on the team's reputation. The competition is about results. What's wrong with making some adjustments for a better result? People have to learn to be flexible. At this time, a notification appeared on the contestant panel. Everyone hurriedly entered the market and saw that the gathering crystal had refreshed. After buying it, they crushed it. The crystal spewed out a mist that enveloped everyone. When a mist dissipated, the contestants disappeared from where they were. Just like the effect of the dungeon crystal, they entered a copied scene. Mad Blade's vision blurred. His surroundings changed drastically. He was in a huge arena, surrounded by other Chinese contestants. Looking into the distance, players of different races appeared out of thin air. Players from different countries arrived one after another. They gathered together and sized each other up. The account above their heads was very famous. Tulip from France, Rose Knight from England, Devil from America, T.S., Tomahawk from Sweden. Mad Blade looked at them one by one. They were all famous teams. At this moment, he finally felt like he was participating in an international event. His body trembled with excitement. Beside him, King Admiral was as lazy as ever, waving and greeting many foreign players from afar. Many of the gods knew each other. This scene appeared in the broadcast video on the forum. The players were excitedly talking about the famous professional gods. The lively atmosphere was like a carnival of thousands of people. The host appeared in the center of the arena and attracted the attention of the contestants. He first congratulated the contestants present for entering the National League. Then, he gave an official speech, such as the competition being organized by the International Esports Association, etc. After about 5 minutes, he finally entered the official segment and began to explain the competition rules. There are a total of 3 divisions and a total of 39 strong teams, and individual contestants from all over the world have qualified for the international competition. The competition mode continues to be divided into divisions. The team competitions have team competitions, arena competitions, and individual competitions have individual competitions. Hearing the host's explanation, Han Xiao nodded. There were fewer competitions in the first league. In his previous life, there were more competitions in the next few leagues. There were all kinds of strange competitions, such as challenge competitions, dungeon competitions, survival competitions, hunting competitions, speed competitions, and so on. In order to look good, the competitions became more and more crazy. Not only did they have to fight, but they also had to fight until they were in full bloom. The host continued. The 39 teams and their contestants will be divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C. Within each group, there will be a cycle of battles, and the winner will be awarded points. The points awarded will be adjusted based on battle losses, and the top 8 teams and the top 16 individual contestants will be able to enter the finals. He looked around. All the professional players had different expressions. Some were excited, some were serious, some were confident, and some were serious. Chapter 408. When drawing lots, all the teams were sizing each other up. Their gazes toward the Chinese teams were the most frequent, with some caution and respect. Most of them did not want to be in the same group as the Chinese teams. This was a tough nut to crack. The groups were completely random, and the results were out very quickly. Dynasty was in Group A, while Temple of God and Long Sky were in Group B. All the teams were messed up. Group A was the most normal. The ratio of strong teams to weak teams was appropriate. China's Dynasty and America's Devil were the two strongest teams, so their chances of qualifying were quite high. Group B was filled with many of the less famous squadrons. It was considered to be a group of weak squadrons, and the environment was the safest. However, there was no guarantee that there would be a dark horse within. Group B's situation was the worst. Out of all the strong squadrons, Kimchi, Tulip, Rose Knight, TS, Swedish Tomahawk, etc., almost 60% to 70% of the strong squadrons were placed in this group. Other than the host, there were also specially invited commentators. They were all professional commentators or former retired players. They analyzed the situation for the audience. The qualification to qualify depends on the total number of points. The grouping will have a huge impact on the result. If there are many strong teams in the group, it will be very difficult to obtain points. The teams that have the strength to qualify might fail. On the other hand, if there are many weak teams in the group, even if they are slightly weaker, they can still qualify. Under such circumstances, in order to qualify, the battles will be extremely fierce. No one will dare to hold back. Even if they are facing battles that they will definitely lose, they will make their opponents suffer more losses and earn less points. Therefore, the matches in Group B will definitely be very exciting. Group B is the group of death. There are so many strong teams. If they were placed in the other two groups, they would definitely qualify. However, no one can guess the result now. Every team can be eliminated. This kind of competition will be very interesting. I look forward to their exciting performances. The results have been decided. The teams in Group B had solemn expressions, and their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Li Gu and Hao Tian looked at each other with inexplicable expressions. Looks like you're right. We're in the same group. It's going to be an internal battle. Hao Tian was expressionless. Li Gu frowned and did not say anything. The grouping was disadvantageous for him, but this was something that could not be changed. With so many strong teams, it would be difficult for him to qualify. Today was the opening ceremony. After the lots were drawn, all the participating teams studied the information of their opponents in the same group. 4 hours later, the official announcement on the forum came out with the competition schedule. The intensity of the international competition was relatively low. In one day in the game, each group would have 2 team battles and 2 individual battles. This meant that the international group stage would last for about 45 days. Each team would have to fight against the other 12 teams in the same group once. The next day, the competition officially began. It was broadcasted on all channels, and countless people witnessed the strength of the champions of each division. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a competition between 100 schools of thought. Every team had their own unique tactics and play style, and it was eye-opening and exciting. Every group had a rough idea of the situation. North America Devil dominated Group A, and their performance was impeccable, but they had yet to fight against Dynasty, who was in the same group. Although Group B was filled with weak teams that were not that famous, to be able to qualify for the International League, there were also teams that had been cruelly eliminated. Overall, the difference in strength was relatively small, and they were evenly matched. The most eye-catching team was Australia's Kangaroo boxing team, and Group B had the highest viewership ratings. The competition between strong teams was fierce, and it was the most exciting. China's first competition was on the 3rd day. China's Dynasty versus Polish Wings. The Chinese players were looking forward to their team's debut in the international competition. The other teams were also watching. This was a great opportunity to observe the strength of the Chinese teams. Although they were not in the same group, in the hearts of most teams, there was a high chance that they would meet a Chinese team in the finals. They could not afford to be careless. The 3rd day of the competition came under everyone's anticipation. The match between Dynasty and Wings began. The night was dark, and there was no moon in the sky. The desolate ancient ruins, the collapsed houses, and the broken stone pillars seemed to tell the story of what kind of bustling city once existed here. Cold blue balls of light wandered aimlessly in the ruins, like wandering night watchmen, bringing light and dispelling the darkness. This was the actual scene of a novice planet that had been replicated into the competition map. The team battles were all carried out in the replicated scenes, and the terrain was randomly replicated from the various novice planets. The audience had a god's perspective and could see everything that the two teams were doing. The Dynasty team landed in a corner of the ruins. Everyone was wearing Sunil NCO-class armor and carrying different mechanical weapons. They had a strong sense of technology, and they looked around to observe the situation. The Wings team's class combination is a combination of defensive espers, ranged mages, and battle mages. Their damage output is very high, but their backline is relatively weak. If they fight, they will need to quickly eliminate the backline. The opponent should know they definitely have fast movement skills. Our agility-type players should not follow the team and move alone. Sneak around the battlefield and wait for the opportunity to move. There are two situations for the opponent's damage dealers. The first is that they are under heavy protection, and the second is that they move alone and look for an environment to deal damage. Seeing that the opponent has many damage dealers, these two situations may exist at the same time. The only source of light here is these light balls that are running around. Entering the circle of light will expose you to the opponent. Light areas represent danger, and hiding in the darkness is the safest. Therefore, the battle can only break out in the darkness. It will depend on who discovers the opponent in the darkness first. They have mages who can add cat's eye and life detection, while we rely on the night vision, infrared vision, and radar functions of the mechanical suit. In terms of detection, we are slightly better. King Admiral's tone was calm and experienced, and he quickly analyzed the situation and came up with countermeasures. The team battle was not just about fighting each other head-on. It was a competition of abilities, cooperation, detection, tactics, and so on. The opponent's information was all from the division competitions. Now that so much time had passed, although their classes would not change, the tactics of each team would definitely have new changes. The reason why China was feared was because they had jumped out of the novice planet barrier. There were too many opportunities in the galaxy, and there was no way to predict their tactics and equipment. The unknown was the biggest enemy. Dynasty's class combination only had pugilist and esper abilities, but they were wearing high-quality mechanical equipment, which meant that every member had a part of the mechanic class's long-range attack ability. Even without the machinery affinity buff, their strength was still very impressive. They had an absolute advantage in terms of raw strength. Under such circumstances, Dynasty took the initiative to attack and search for the enemy. In a live broadcast, Wing used all kinds of stealth spells to avoid the enemy. It was obvious that they did not want to fight Dynasty head-on and were very cautious. In his previous life, the side that avoided the battle was usually the Chinese teams, who were both stable and scared. Now, their roles had changed, and they took the initiative to attack. Through the bird's-eye view, Dynasty was like a hunter chasing after its prey, taking the initiative while the opponent was running everywhere. Such a strong scene made the Chinese audience feel very comfortable. They could feel Dynasty's strong confidence, even through the video. Dynasty's confidence came from Han Xiao. They followed Han Xiao in a galaxy, and their equipment and skills were among the top of all the teams. Their raw strength was extremely strong, and this was the advantage that Han Xiao gave them. It was useless for the professional players from other novice planets to be jealous. They could not find someone as strong as Han Technician on their planet. In the past, it was always the Chinese teams that were chased and beaten. Now, it's the other way around. Not bad, not bad. They're all good young men with a bright future. Han Xiao laughed and was very happy. Wing was very careful and used chameleon and other spells to block traces. However, the map was only so big, and they would not be able to run far. They would have to fight sooner or later. King Admiral ordered his team members to shoot into the sky to break the stalemate and let the enemy hear the direction of the gunshots. This would destroy the uncertain situation and reduce the possibilities. Either the enemy came closer, escaped in the opposite direction, or circled around from the side. Dynasty had the advantage in terms of raw strength, so they were not afraid of the enemy knowing their location. The outbreak of the head-on battle was due to an accident. As King Admiral expected, one of the enemy's battle mages was moving alone around the team. On Dynasty's side, Second Prince, who was also moving alone, was sharp enough to notice the enemy, who was alone. Although Second Prince was usually unreliable, he was very decisive during the competition. He would suddenly attack and kill. Second Prince was a pugilist who focused on agility. He could also be called an assassin. He used a scout-type mech with a streamlined and light body. A pair of wrist blades were like deadly poisonous fangs, and he attacked like a cheetah. An assassin's combo was not only smooth, but also as fast as lightning. There was almost no gap between the combo and the change of position. Even among the professional players, it was an excellent operation. That battle mage was attacked and could not react in time. He was instantly heavily injured by Second Prince's flurry of attacks. Before he could hold on until the reinforcements arrived, he turned into a ray of white light and died. Single kill. Second Prince retreated into the darkness again and disappeared without a trace. Only blood was left on the ground, hiding his achievements and fame. The way of the assassin was to retreat thousands of miles after one hit. F***ck, that dagger is so cool. Although Second Prince has a problem with his brain, he is still very strong. The audience was energized and excited. This sudden wave of one-on-one kills opened up the situation. Featherwings lost a teammate, which made things worse. They were caught up by Dynasty's main team and were completely defeated in a group battle. There was nothing they could do. Dynasty had achieved a crushing victory with 0 casualties. They shone brilliantly and made the audience's hearts surge. In the following group battles, they performed even more steadily and defeated their opponents. King Admiral, who was good at one-on-one fights, defeated 2 people and crippled 1. He was very strong. The first match was a perfect start. Compared to Devil, who was in the same group, their performance was not inferior at all. This huge victory boosted the morale of the spectators. At the same time, it also made the other teams even more fearful of them. It was the first time Dynasty's mech had appeared in a competition. This kind of equipment gave the players comprehensive enhancements. If they were to fight Dynasty head-on, no team dared to say that their chances of winning were above 50%. Looks like we need to target the Chinese teams. Many captains had the same thought. Second Prince had done a great job this time. During the post-match interview, he could not hide the excitement on his face. He did not try to hide it either. He went back to his old ways and bragged about how important he had been. He said that key players like him should be captains and that the current captains were too weak. King Admiral was already used to it and pretended that he did not hear anything. The competition went on intensely. They finished 1 round in 4 days. This meant that every team had fought and completed their debut. Hao Tian's Long Sky team was the same as Dynasty. Their style was completely different from the previous life. Han Xiao had indirectly changed them. They let themselves go and were very strong. Unfortunately, they met a strong team. Although they won in the end, it was a Pyrrhic victory. They did not get as many points as Dynasty. On the other hand, Li Ji's Temple of God was exactly the same as in the previous life. Even though they had the advantage in terms of strength, they fought steadily and did not want to make any mistakes. Their debut was a match where they had to hold their bladder. They were so good at fighting, but they were so cowardly. Couldn't they be more passionate? However, Han Xiao did not have much hope for Temple of God. Temple of God did not ask for achievements, but they did not ask for mistakes. If they wanted to be aggressive, it would be impossible. Luckily, there was Dynasty and Long Sky this time. Temple of God did not receive much criticism for doing this. After all, the concept of one team having a strong bladder was different from 3 teams having a strong bladder. Chapter 409. The previous chapter has been changed. My calculation was wrong. It should be 78 matches, 39 days of play, and I suddenly exposed my math skills. Thank you, brothers, for correcting me. After the first round, the ranking was out. Devil was in first place, followed by Dynasty. The top 3 to 6 teams were all in groups, and they were having a lot of fun in the fish pond. The strong teams in Group C fought each other fiercely, and most of them won by a lot. They did not gain many points, so they were ranked at the bottom. However, there were also strong players in the strong teams. French Tulips in Group C were in 7th place. It seemed a little low, but their opponent was Tomahawk. Swedish Esports had always been very strong, and this was also a strong team that had the potential to win the championship. However, for French Tulips to be able to snatch so many points from them, it was really scary. Han Xiao recalled the first season of the Pro League in his previous life and said, "Yes, the champion of the first season was French Tulips." The strength of this group of people was overwhelming. Their class combination, equipment selection, and skills were almost perfect. Their tactical coordination was flawless. It seems like only Dynasty made it into the top 8 in China. The other 2 teams were in the middle of the rankings and could not make it out. Looking down, the points of the 8th to the 17th place were the same. It was a stalemate. This was only the first round, so the rankings were not important. Every team still had 11 matches to play, and the final result was still uncertain. The ratings for the singles were also very high. Since ancient times, one-on-one battles had been a kind of feeling. Mad Blade barely won the first round, and King Admiral also won. However, Snowblossoms lost. This person was a big man, and his fans all called him Sister Snow. They all felt sorry for his loss. Among all the Chinese players in the first round, he was the only one who lost. After the competition, the Chinese players looked for Han Xiao to repair their mechanical suits. During the competition, these professional players did not hesitate to invest a large amount of anas to strengthen their mechanical equipment. Han Xiao accepted it without hesitation. It was because of the players' hard work that he was able to accumulate nearly 800,000 anas. It was enough to buy a spaceship. Of course, it was impossible to buy a spaceship. Why would he buy one if he could freeload? The competition progressed step by step, and the Chinese team's momentum was very strong. During this period, they also encountered strong teams. Although the battles were difficult, they still won in the end. The equipment that Han Xiao sold to them had been carefully selected. Although the NCO-class armor was powerful, it was not invincible. The players were all at the maximum level of 60, and they had gathered the best of the best in the region. Their equipment was not bad, and they might have hidden some trump cards that could turn the tide of the competition in one fell swoop. Although China's raw strength was at the pinnacle, the competition was ever-changing, and there were countless examples of the weak defeating the strong using tactics. It was impossible for him to sell his core equipment in advance. Han Xiao would not ruin his own sales plan just to improve China's ranking. He did not even understand what was going on in this world. So how could he have the time to control the players' league? Moreover, the league was more of a business opportunity in his eyes. He wanted to see the players participate in the league mainly because he wanted them to show off their excellent equipment and expand his potential customer base. As long as their ranking was not bad, it was enough for him. After the fierce battles, all the teams had a clearer understanding of their opponents and came up with ways to counter them. China was also targeted. The strongest part of the Chinese team was the mechanical weapons and mechanical suits that came from Black Star. As long as this was targeted, the threat of the Chinese team would be reduced by a level. Therefore, the next few opponents that the Chinese team met all changed their class composition and put in many psychics. In the early stages, the psychic class was the biggest nemesis of the mechanic class. Not only could they control objects, their mental attacks completely ignored physical armor. If it was a mage class, their mental resistance would be high, and they would be able to block it. Pugilists had good physiques and could reduce the duration of negative statuses. The Esper class could not be treated as an exception. Only the mechanic class was targeted. They relied on machinery to fight, and their bodies were mostly weak. Psychics could penetrate through the armor and cause direct damage to the user. Furthermore, they had many mental control methods, such as shock, illusion, confusion, and DUFF. Their attack range was also very long, and they could ignore the terrain. In the face of such a counter, the uniqueness of the Chinese team showed. Although they were wearing armor, their bodies were pugilists and espers. The psychics weakened the effect of the armor and pulled them down from their peak strength. The problem was, even so, the strength of the Chinese team was still top-notch. Their opponents still had to face a group of ruthless professional players. Other than the psychic class, the mage class's elements, rust, and curses also had a counter effect on mechanical armor. Of course, everything was relative. While they countered the mechanical armor, they were also very weak. The existence of the armor made these teams have no choice but to put in more effort to deal with it. The strength of the armor was obvious at a glance. This thing could be used by all classes. It was like wearing a turtle shell with thorns on the outside. It had an additional health bar, and it could also deal long-range damage. If the margin for error for normal teams was 3, the margin for error for the Chinese team was 10. The increase was too huge. Even if there was a certain damage balance, it was impossible to remove the advantage of the Chinese team's equipment. Actually, mechanical armor was something that basically everyone had when they reached version 2.0 or 3.0. When everyone was the same, they would start to compete with the performance of the mechanical armor. The difference would not be as big as it was now. Unfortunately, in the first version, there were very few people who sold armor, and they were all half-finished products. For the time being, only Han Zhao's company had a high-quality, full set of armor service. However, the targeting was still effective. The Huaxia team's losses had significantly increased. Everyone was a strong team in their respective regions, and they couldn't win every single time. The following matches were back and forth, with some wins and some losses. It was very exciting. The rankings on the leaderboard fluctuated every day, tugging at the heartstrings of the viewers from various countries. Dynasty fought against Devil once, and won with a slight advantage. They were ranked first in the leaderboard and attracted a lot of attention. Such a result made the Chinese viewers proud. Every time it was a Chinese competition, they would definitely watch it on the forums. Not only the Chinese viewers, but many foreign viewers were also fans of the Dynasty team. The viewership ratings of the Chinese competition could be ranked in the top 3. Compared to the bleakness of Han Zhao's previous life, it was a complete change. As for Long Sky and Temple of God in Group C, the situation was not so good. They were constantly hovering between 8th and 12th place, on the verge of qualifying. The competition was very intense. Ubailey Hub, Black Star Mercenary Stronghold. An unused alloy room had been transformed into a prison cell. Rizar was imprisoned there. His limbs were firmly fixed to the metal bed, and a few syringes were inserted into his body, injecting him with nutrients and sedatives. His eyes were empty, and his face was haggard. He looked like he had been played to the point of being broken. He was used as material for the extractor. He had no freedom and was almost tortured beyond recognition. The magic that he had just recovered would be sucked away, not giving him any hope at all. The door opened, and Han Zhao walked in. He glanced at him and did not stop moving. He changed a new set of nutrients and even hummed a tune. He turned a blind eye to Rizar's miserable state like a doctor who is used to seeing life and death. He then took out the extractor and drew blood, as usual. The bright red blood with fluorescent light flowed into the test tube and turned into a new ability potion. Han Zhao already had 8 sets of potions in his hands. Rizar turned his head to look at Han Zhao and spoke. His hoarse voice was almost inaudible, filled with deep weakness. "Are you planning to trap me forever?" "Of course, not forever." Han Zhao raised his eyebrows. "Do you think you can live for that long? Can we make a deal? You set me free, and I can give up everything to work for you. I just want to come to the higher world to satisfy my desire for knowledge. I won't resist working for anyone." Rizar pleaded. Han Zhao picked up the new ability potion with 2 fingers and shook it. The sticky red liquid hung on the wall. He turned to look at Rizar and smiled. "I already have everything that you have." "You. Good. Poison." Rizar clenched his teeth. His eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred and deep despair. I won't do this to the innocent. If you were a normal person, maybe I would sympathize with you. But you're a villain who almost killed millions of people. Hee, do you expect me to sympathize with you? That's an insult to the millions of people who almost died because of you. Han Zhao's heart did not waver at all. He had experienced the dark period when he was imprisoned by the Germinal organization and used as experimental material. He understood this feeling very well. He was very happy to inflict it on people like Razar. He had never been a kind person, nor was he a good person. Wait for the day you die. That kind of release is your last hope. Han Zhao's tone was calm. He closed the door, leaving Razar screaming in despair inside. His old and weak body let out a beast-like howl. Back in his room, Han Zhao cleaned and disinfected the extractor. He lined up all the ability potions and put labels on them. With the help of the Pro League, these potions were ready to be sold to the players. Looking at these potions, Han Technician suddenly had an idea. The extractor can only form potions when used on NC. If I extract my own genes, will it work? You are using Super Gene Extractor experimental model on yourself. You have received Ability Potion. X1 inch it really works. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. He then looked at his character interface. A weakness, UFF, was applied to him. It lasted for 12 hours, and all his attributes were reduced by 30%. He felt a little weak and sluggish. He did not mind. He was resting in Ubarely Hub. He did not have a chance to fight during this period, so a moment of weakness was not a problem. What effect will my ability potion have? Han Zhao's curiosity was piqued, and he rolled his eyes. Chapter 410. A faint light flashed, and Madblade, who had just finished today's match, appeared in the Stronghold Hall. He looked a little worried. Sigh. I lost another battle. Lost Angel is too steady, and I really can't beat him. My ranking dropped again. My next opponent is Key Club's Key Club. He's also a strong guy. If I lose again, I won't be able to advance. Mad Blade shook his head with a worried expression. More than half of the competition was over, and the situation was getting clearer and clearer. In the team competition, Dynasty had secured a spot in advance, and Long Sky and Temple of God were still on the verge of 8th place. If they lost a battle or got too few points, they would be left far behind. With the harsh environment in Group C, it was extremely unlikely that they would be able to catch up. However, the team competition did not have anything to do with Madblade. His performance in the singles was average, and he was ranked around 17 or 18. His chances of winning were about 50%, but it was extremely difficult for him to win every time. He felt that the mechanical pugilist class was lacking. Although the mechanical pugilist class could fight and tank, be it close range or long range, and was more well-rounded, they did not have any special strengths for the time being. Although his mechanics were very good, there was still a gap between him and the top players. These monsters in the singles all had their own special tactics and were good at dragging the battle into their rhythm. Mad Blade realized that if the mechanical pugilist wanted to catch up in this aspect, the only way was to rely on stronger or more unique mechanical weapons. However, the weakness of the mechanical pugilist class was not the fault. The mechanic class was not very suitable for the first version. After all, every version was a god. In order to make up for the shortcomings of the mechanical pugilist class, he could only rely on stronger machinery and higher level bonuses in the later versions. In every version, the mechanical pugilist was a class that was playable, well-rounded, and not bad. They could be both the main tank and damage dealer. They were the choice between T2 to T3, and their development curve was very smooth. It was already very difficult for Madblade to be able to achieve such a result, other than his own skill level. A bigger reason was the high-quality mechanical equipment he had obtained from Han Zhao. If he had not met Black Phantom back then, he would have only been able to participate in the district competitions and would not have been able to step onto the international stage. Among all the players that followed Han Zhao, Frenzied Sword was the most hardcore supporter. Not only had he received the most help, but it was also because they had spent so much time together and liked Han Zhao a lot. Sometimes, he even felt that Han Zhao was a real person. Although all the NPCs in Galaxy looked like real people, Han Xiao gave him a very special feeling. Maybe it was because Han Xiao was the first important person he met, so he had a strong first impression of him. After calming himself down, Mad Blade prepared to look for Han Xiao to repair his equipment. At the same time, he also wanted to add some new weapons for the next match, hoping that they would be of some use. Just as he was about to leave, Han Xiao arrived at the lobby first. Mad Blade immediately went up and expressed his desire to repair his equipment. The interface of the shop appeared before his eyes. He quickly browsed through it and suddenly found a few new products at the bottom. Ability potion? I've never seen it before. Is this something new? Mad Blade was surprised. Han Xiao placed a few ability potions into the shop interface. There was a limited quantity, so he had set a high price. The effect of the ability potion was to obtain an ability from another character for a short period of time. It also stated who the ability potion came from. The ability potion that Han Xiao had created with his own genes was among them, and it was discovered by Mad Blade at first glance. There's only one ability potion from Black Star. What effect does it have? The price of the ability potion was 2,000 anus. It was not cheap and was even a little expensive. One would only know the effect after using it. The temporary character summon card that was obtained every time had to be one of the creator's abilities. As for the ability that was drawn, it was random and not fixed. Before Mad Blade decided to buy it, Dynasty, Temple of God, and the other teams also came over and discovered the new product ability potion. Temporarily obtain the ability of another person. This looks like a UFF potion. Why is it so expensive? Is the effect very good? In order to increase their combat strength, these teams did not hesitate to spend. Hao Tian immediately bought one of Rizar's ability potions. After drinking it, he was notified that he had obtained a temporary character summon card. The effect was to increase the damage of his next magic attack by 77%. He was a little surprised. It's a pity that I'm not a mage. Otherwise, this buff will be pretty good. I can use it at the crucial moment in a team battle, such as an excellent AoE opportunity or a burst attack to kill the opponent's weak HP. If used well, I could secure victory in one fell swoop. It was not the player's first time coming into contact with character summon cards. Character summon cards could increase combat strength, and they were very practical. Usually, they would only be rewarded by special missions. They did not expect Han Xiao to sell character summon cards here. Although it was temporary, it was their first time seeing it, so they were both surprised and happy. Hearing this, Mad Blade's eyes sparkled. He hurriedly took out his money and bought the only Black Star ability potion. He was a mechanic, and so was Black Star. His ability would definitely be compatible with his. Ignoring the teams fighting for the other ability potions, Mad Blade walked to the side and carefully drank Han Xiao's potion. A notification appeared on the interface. You have received character summon card, Han Xiao, temporary. Mad Blade's eyes widened and shock froze on his face. He could not help but rub his eyes, afraid that he had seen the wrong number. 2.5 times. Mad Blade almost spat out water. Even after using all my buff skills, my machinery affinity is only half of this. Black Star's attributes are too scary. Just how strong is he? This was no longer something that could be described as crazy. This was a UG type of buff. Using this character summon card at this level, not to mention techniques or mechanics, even a pig would be able to rush through the enemy. Han Xiao had many abilities, but this temporary character summon card had drawn his machinery affinity. This was not a skill, but one of the Han technician's basic attributes, so it had become a UFF buff effect. Without using any skills, Han Xiao's talents and passive abilities had increased his machinery affinity by 247%. Once he used a skill, this number would increase by 1 to 200. This was the simplest effect, but it was also the most brutal buff. This was because machinery affinity was the core attribute of the mechanic class, and it directly affected their combat power. As the level of the mechanic class increased, the machinery affinity would continue to increase. However, using the temporary character summon card would give an additional buff, which was a complete leap in strength. It was almost equivalent to temporarily gaining the attributes of a few dozen levels later. And after a few dozen levels, it was the level of the mechanic class. Luckily, the temporary character summon card could only be used once. If it became a fixed skill of the players, it would be incredible. Lonely like snow, invincible, invincible, invincible. Looking at Mad Blade's heavy breathing and extremely excited expression, Han Xiao stroked his chin and was extremely curious. What ability did this kid get? Why is he so excited? Mad Blade, Angry Sword, 3rd place in the Blue Star Division Singles, Mechanical Pugilist class, known as the #1 Mechanical Pugilist in China. In the stronghold of the Key Club on planet Winterfrost, Key of Solomon casually browsed through the information of his next opponent in the individual competition. He smiled casually, and his tone carried faint pride and strong confidence. Looks like there's no suspense. You're planning to use Howling Gate? The old member Curceptor asked. You're thinking too much. I don't even need to use my trump card to win the next opponent. I dare to bet that experts like Lost Angel, Rose Knight's Golden Champagne, and Devil's Martial Scarlet all have their ultimate moves. Although I'm currently ranked 7th, as long as I use my trump card, I'll definitely be able to reach the top. However, it's enough to just get out of the group stage. It's best to save my trump card for the finals. Key of Solomon was very confident in his trump card. Howling Gate was a special casting tool that he had obtained from an extremely difficult hidden mission. Although he didn't know what the trump cards of the other experts were, he was confident that he was invincible in one-on-one battles at this level. Even if he didn't use his trump card, his combat power was one of the best. Being able to fight to the 7th place already showed his strength. After this round, my ranking will increase by 1 more place. The last few opponents are more difficult to deal with, so I can preserve my strength and intentionally lose. This way, my ranking will probably drop to 15th place, just enough to guarantee that I can get out of the group stage. That's enough. Based on the prerequisite of winning the next round, Key of Solomon started to formulate the final group stage plan. In his eyes, the next round was a bonus before facing a strong opponent. Victory was already in his hands, and he did not even have to consider the possibility of losing. Winning was a certainty. It just depended on what method he used to win. Mad Blade was one of the few mechanics in the international individual competition, and he was also the only seedling of China's mechanic class. He had the title of China's #1 mechanical pugilist and received the attention of many fans and viewers. Since the start of the competition, Mad Blade's performance had been average, and he was ranked in the middle. However, even in the matches that he won, the viewers could see that it was very difficult for him to win. His ranking could not increase at all, as if he had already reached his limit. Among the 3 Chinese players, King Admiral was ranked at the top and did not have to worry about getting out of the group stage. Meanwhile, Snowflower was ranked at the bottom. Now that the competition was more than halfway through, unless he won all the following matches, there was no hope for him to get out of the group stage. Meanwhile, Mad Blade was at the edge of the 16th place and had the chance to become the 2nd Chinese player to get out of the group stage. He carried the hopes of many fans. Mad Blade's following match schedule was more extreme. He would either be facing the top 10 experts or the weaker ones at the bottom. According to the analysis of his fans, even if he could defeat all the weaker players, his points would be slightly lower. He would have to defeat at least 1 expert to have a chance of getting out of the group stage. However, Mad Blade's current performance was not good. His chances of winning against experts were very low, and the situation was not optimistic. His opponent for this round was Key of Solomon, who was ranked 7th. Many fans were secretly anxious and cheered for him. There were also people who were sarcastic, saying that Mad Blade had been blindly praised as the #1 mechanical pugilist in China and had embarrassed himself overseas. In short, there were all kinds of comments on the forums. No matter how one looked at things, time would not slow down. The day of the competition arrived on time. Mad Blade and Key of Solomon entered the competition venue. The screen that the audience saw had their HP, stamina, status bar, and other attribute values. The situation of the match was clear at a glance. and it was convenient to watch. The battle venue was a huge city. Tall and thick concrete and steel walls surrounded the city tightly. The two of them landed on the two ends of this huge wall that was dozens of meters tall and 4 to 5 meters wide on average. They could see each other's tiny figures from afar. In the screen, the north wind blew, dark clouds covered the city, and flying sand and leaves. It was desolate and vast. The audience zoomed out from the god's perspective and realized that the outside of the huge wall was painted with a few big words in red paint. Black Phantom Sanctuary 3. Haha, I actually randomly got this venue. Yo, I recognize this place. Isn't this our planet's Sanctuary 3? Chapter 411. The narration of the two commentators sounded at the right time and introduced the battle. The two players in this match are Key of Solomon and Madblade, Angry Blade. Demon Race Mage versus Human Race Mechanical Pugilist. Key of Solomon is currently ranked 7th, and Madblade is ranked 18th. The pre-match win rate is estimated to be 57% to 43%. From the performance of the two players in the previous matches, Key of Solomon has the upper hand. It can be noted that the venue is Blue Star's Black Phantom Sanctuary 3. The Chinese players are from Blue Star, so Madblade should have the advantage of being familiar with the terrain. It is worth mentioning that Black Star was the first person to lead the Chinese players into the galaxy. Now, the Chinese players are following Black Star. It must be said that it is fate. They have started to move. Good. Let us look forward to an exciting battle. As soon as the battle started, Madblade did not plan to fight head-on. A steel cable shot out from the waist of the armor and hooked onto a house below the city wall. With the sound of the high-speed steel cable sliding, he was pulled down and away from the city wall. He took out a large-caliber machine gun in midair, and a series of orange-red bullets were fired at Key of Solomon. Key of Solomon held his bone staff and activated the instant magic rune that was on standby. A translucent turquoise magic shield protected him within. The bullets created dense sparks on the shield. The audience could see that the durability of a shield was decreasing slowly in his status bar. At this time, Madblade had already disappeared between the buildings. Bullets were fired from time to time, and there were also small grenades that exploded on the city wall. Key of Solomon saw this and narrowed his eyes. Because he is familiar with the terrain, he used the wandering tactic first and used long-range attacks to deplete my health. As he spoke, Key of Solomon also jumped down the city wall, took out a few magic scrolls, and tore them open. Magic radiance of different colors bloomed, and a few UFFs appeared in his status bar. Tracking, stealth, misdirection, shadow demon cloak, feigned death, F***CK. This is too expensive. Magic scrolls are so expensive. The Chinese audience couldn't help but worry for Madblade. Although they rarely came into contact with magic, they knew a lot about the effects of magic from the forums. The radar built into Madblade's armor suddenly lost track of the enemy. He frowned. Magic stealth. What a troublesome ability. I'm at a disadvantage in terms of detection. It's not good to kite. With that in mind, he changed the detection properties of the radar and began to detect air disturbances in order to relocate the position of the enemy. The detection range was smaller than before. The two stealthily tracked each other, attacking and defending each other. Their main goal was to probe each other. Once they found their opponent's weakness or loophole, a thunderous strike would immediately descend. The audience watched the match intently. Their nervousness increased as the distance between the two sides slowly decreased. When the two were moving around, their positioning, setting up traps, and exposing their weaknesses were all meticulous operations. It was commonly known as a battle of wits and courage with the air. Huff, huff, muffled panting echoed in the helmet. Madblade hid behind a house and observed the tactical screen. The traces of air disturbances appeared in his field of vision, showing a blue, snake-like line. The end of the line was the position of the enemy. Madblade was good at close combat, but he chose to distance himself. According to Key of Solomon's information, The enemy was not as fragile as other mages. Many close combat martialists lost miserably because they rashly closed in. Mad Blade's plan was to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and use a combo to control the enemy and deal full damage. Although he had an invincible trump card, Mad Blade would not use it rashly. If he could win with his own ability, the character's summon card that he saved could be used the next time he faced a strong enemy. His magic shield has a time limit and consumes his mana. I still have a lot of ammunition. I can consume about 28% of his mana and about 15% of his health. With this thought in mind, Mad Blade fired at the enemy's position and hit the magic shield. However, at this moment, a new UFF suddenly popped up in his status bar, marked Reverse Retaliation Mark. Mad Blade knew that this was not good. This skill was rare, and it was the first time the opponent had used it. The previous information did not mention this. The effect was very simple. When attacking the opponent, he would be located, and the opponent's attacks within a certain period of time would automatically track the enemy. This was a spell used to deal with sneak attacks and sneak attacks. The next moment, the burning sensation quickly approached. Boom! A frost fireball blasted through the house that Mad Blade was hiding in, turning the environment into a sea of blue fire. Key of Solomon slowly walked over from afar with an expressionless face. He was a demon mage, cultivating both ice and fire. He fused the two to form Frost Firestream. The function of magic fusion was like the self-created blueprint of the mechanic class. The difference was that the success rate of magic fusion was higher, but the EXP consumption was also higher. The fusion mechanism was to mix two or more spells into one to obtain a new effect. It required specific casting materials. For example, to form Frost Fireball, one needed the spells Frost, Large Fireball, and the material Fire-Trapping Ice Crystal. The spells used to fuse would be forgotten. If one wanted to learn the original skills again, one would have to separate the new skills after the fusion, and the other would have to find someone to spend EXP to learn it again. The special characteristic of Frost Fire was to quickly deplete the durability of metals. It was the best way to deal with mechanics. Chi. At this moment, a magical halo appeared on the surface of Frenzied Sword's NCO class armor. The jumping frost flames were repelled, and the speed of the armor's durability dropping rapidly slowed down. The enchantment from the Volga brothers gave his armor a certain level of magic resistance. We can't defend against those psychic orphans, but we can defend against you mages. Mad Blade's leg armor stomped on the ground, and the propulsion device on his back emitted blue flames. His power increased exponentially, and he charged forward like a rhinoceros. A huge foldable alloy shield popped out of his left arm armor, enough to protect his entire body. His right hand pulled out a short metal rod embedded in his waist armor. The short rod automatically lengthened and turned into a long and thin spear. He instantly entered melee mode. The alloy shield slammed onto the magic shield. The force was so great that Key of Solomon was forced to take 2 steps back. This time, Mad Blade saw the opportunity and stabbed his spear into the magic shield. A compressed explosive bullet slid into the barrel of the spear. The next moment, a violent explosion was released from the tip of the spear and exploded inside the magic shield. Boom! Black smoke spread out and flames danced. What a beautiful attack! A mechanical pugilist's tactics are ever-changing, and Frenzied Sword has changed his weapon again. Speaking of which, he hasn't used the same weapon in any of the individual battles. A commentator said, "Nice. Wait, the damage is very low. It doesn't seem to have hit him completely." In the black smoke, Key of Solomon's figure had already disappeared. What replaced it was a stone brick that had turned into powder. His original body appeared 15 meters behind Mad Blade, and he did not suffer much damage. Oh, he used object replacement on himself in an emergency. This skill has a very long cooldown of 5 minutes. Looks like Key of Solomon is very careful about protecting his health. That makes sense. After all, Mad Blade is equipped with a mechanical suit, and his health is almost 7 times that of Key of Solomon. After the stealth was broken, The two of them entered a tug of war. Mad Blade kept poking at Key of Solomon, and Key of Solomon kite him with frost fire. The two of them fought back and forth passionately. It looked like they were evenly matched, but the status bar showed that Mad Blade was at a disadvantage. His health was dropping faster. When two professional players fought, they naturally did not attack from the same spot. They used exquisite dodging skills. Obviously, Key of Solomon's skills were slightly better. However, it seemed like the situation was on Mad Blade's side. He was fully armored, and his health was too high. He would be able to exhaust the opponent to death. However, the commentary was not optimistic. Mad Blade's health is 80%, and his armor durability is 66%. Key of Solomon's health is 73%, his magic shield is 31%, and his mana is 68%. The situation is actually very disadvantageous for Mad Blade. Although he has a lot of health, if his armor durability is depleted, his combat power will drop by at least half. He only has one set of armor, and as long as the opponent has mana, he can create a new magic shield at any time. Boom! Frostfire exploded. This time, there was a knockback effect. Mad Blade was forced back a few steps. Key of Solomon backed away. His eyes flashed as he thought to himself, "Not bad. I underestimated him a little, but it won't affect the result." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Key of Solomon chanted a strange demon language. It was like a low murmur. His eyes seemed to be burning, and from the gaps of his scales, countless blue flames surged out. His body suddenly expanded, and he turned into a demon with blue flames. A new UFF was added to his status bar. Demon Talent, True Name Liberation, Primary Stage. All attributes increased by 13%. Lasted for 10 minutes. Health and mana were restored by 30%. Removed all current UFF, including buffs. Immediately after, he took a deep breath. The surrounding flames turned into a burning airflow and were sucked into his mouth. He had an additional 20% of fake health. Fire excitement, and his health reached 120% instantly. The commentator said excitedly, "It's here, it's here. The talent skill of the demon race. The cooldown time is 3 days. Among all the regular races on the novice planets, the talent of the demon race is the most suitable for actual combat. They are born with self-strengthening skills. It's very sick." Rumble. The situation fell to rock bottom. Frostfire bombarded, and Mad Blade was ravaged like storm. The opponent's magic power increased greatly, and his health was overflowing. It was equivalent to him losing so much durability and health for nothing. Key of Solomon continued to cast his magic combo step by step, not giving him any chance. He was calm, just like his prediction before the match. This was a match without any suspense. There was no need to use his trump cards. The Chinese audience was shocked. Looking at the pathetic Mad Blade on the screen, they became depressed. Oh no, there's no way to fight. It's over already. The Americans are really lucky to have chosen Winterfrost as the opening. All the demon race has this sick skill. They're all like bosses. The heat passed through the armor. Mad Blade smiled bitterly inside the helmet. Damn, I really can't beat him. No wonder he's the captain of a big club. With his own skills and combat power, the hope of beating Key of Solomon was very slim. However, he was not alone. "Although I can't beat you, you're nothing compared to me." Mad Blade clenched his teeth and played his trump card. Character summon card, Black Star's Arrival. Buzz. A 4-meter-tall, translucent shadow suddenly appeared behind Mad Blade. It was dressed in black, and the audience was very familiar with its appearance. Who else could it be other than Han Shao? Isn't that Black Phantom? The audience was surprised. The tall shadow was expressionless. He slowly reached out his hand and pressed on Mad Blade's head. Zap, zap, zap. Dazzling lightning suddenly lit up. The rampaging mechanical force flowed through the shadow's palm and entered Mad Blade's body. The next moment, Mad Blade was surrounded by lightning. What skill is this? What the F***CK? Before the commentator could react, the next scene almost made his eyeballs pop out. Frenzied Sword stabbed out with his spear, and Key of Solomon's newly created magic shield was destroyed in one hit. It was as fragile as a bubble. Immediately after, Mad Blade closed in and smashed his shield into Key of Solomon's shocked face. Bang! The demon flew out like a cannonball and crashed into a house. His HP dropped by 21%. Just one slap from the shield took away more than 1/6 of his HP. His fake HP was gone. The super bonus directly dealt suppressive damage. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The scene quieted down. Only the crackling sound of flames and the sizzling sound of electric snakes could be heard. The audience hurriedly looked at the status bar and was dumbfounded. Black Star's arrival, plus 247% machinery affinity, lasts for 3 minutes. From character summon card. Han Xiao this. The commentator opened his mouth and was momentarily at a loss for words. He could only squeeze out a sentence. Insane. Chapter 412. Mad Blade's entire body was covered in lightning and thunder. The lighting effects were gorgeous, making him look even cooler. So he got my machinery affinity. Han Xiao was paying attention to Mad Blade's match. He laughed and said, "This kid is really lucky. He even got this." Through the status bar, the audience saw that this UFF had Han Xiao's name hanging on it. They could not help but be shocked. Han Technician felt that it was very novel to appear in the Players' League in such a manner. When he was creating the ability potion, he had only come up with this idea on a whim. Now, it seemed that other than earning him money, it had also given him a wave of fame. The players were very familiar with Black Star's name. They did not expect to see Han Xiao's character summon card in the competition. However, on second thought, Mad Blade. No, the Chinese players have been following Han Xiao in the galaxy, so it seemed normal for him to have Han Xiao's character summon card. The problem was that the effect of this character summon card was too strong. Who could block 5 times machinery affinity at this stage? Han Xiao's personal attributes were all question marks in the detection information of the players. They had never been able to figure out his true level, but now there was finally a clue. His basic 5 times affinity. No wonder he was so strong. He was probably above level 100. All along, Han Xiao had been a blessing in the eyes of the mechanic class players. Now that he had shown the tip of the iceberg through Mad Blade, the mechanic class players watching the match were very excited. It was as if they saw the great future of their class. Bang, bang, bang. Mad Blade did not dare waste any time. He took large strides and charged forward, jabbing with his gun and continuously exploding. Even though Key of Solomon tried his best to dodge the attacks, the shockwave from the sudden increase in power was able to make his HP drop by a large chunk. Very soon, his HP dropped to around 40%. The magic shield he summoned could not even block a single hit. More than 10 seconds ago, the one being beaten up was Mad Blade. Now, the situation was reversed. Key of Solomon could not fight back at all. He did not dare divert his attention to counterattack. If he did not dodge a single hit, he would be dead. This UFF's boost to the mechanic class is too terrifying. If this continues, I have no chance of winning. After the shock, just now, Key of Solomon quickly adjusted his state of mind. His expression was gloomy. He had thought that he would definitely win this battle, but he did not expect his opponent to have such a powerful trump card. Key of Solomon also had a hidden trump card. His original plan was to win this match, then deliberately lose the following matches so that he could advance and save his trump card for the finals. However, Mad Blade forced him to change his plan. If he kept his trump card, he would lose for sure. If he lost this match, he would not be able to go easy on the following matches. His opponents were all strong opponents, so he would not be able to conserve his strength and would definitely use his trump card. Since that was the case, he might as well use it now. As long as he could win this match, everything would be fine. Mad Blade's sudden burst of power had indeed surprised him, but Key of Solomon quickly found a way to deal with it. He admitted that during the duration of Black Star's descent, Mad Blade was almost invincible. Whoever went up against him would die. However, This state only lasted for 3 minutes. As long as he could drag it out, he still had a chance of winning. Coincidentally, his trump card, Howling Gate, had such an effect. Whoosh! Key of Solomon used his last movement skill, Flame Jump. He disappeared from where he was and appeared in a sea of fire. He opened up a distance of more than 20 meters and quickly took off his necklace. He pressed it on the ground, and his mana instantly dropped by 40%. The surging magic power emitted a misty blue light and flowed into the necklace, giving off a blinding light. At the same time, Key of Solomon started chanting, spreading the frost of death, extinguishing the holy fire of life, building a bridge with the bloodline of the demon race. The most elite invaders, please respond to my call and let our enemies witness the winter that will freeze the world. Woo! Hum! An ethereal voice that seemed to come from the void sounded, and an icy blue door of light formed by magic rose from the ground. Dark blue flames danced and blocked in front of the Key of Solomon. It was 4 meters tall, and there was a whirlpool-like magic inside the door. Majestic demon warriors more than 3 meters tall walked out of the door of light. They wore black metal armor that was covered in spikes, carried 2-handed axes that were black and covered in dry blood, and held magic crossbows that flashed with an icy blue halo. There was also a ranger at the front who was swinging a chain hammer and riding a demon wolf. There were a total of 5 demons. This was the phantom of a scout team from the Extinction Army. He's a summoner. The commentator's tone suddenly rose, and his voice almost broke. The audience's expression changed drastically. One word could describe the image of a summoner in the players' hearts. Beast. In his previous life, the Magic Summoner style and the Mech Legion style were known as the 2 hooligans. Balance? Skill? Sorry, I've never heard of those things. Anyway, I'm strong. The human wave tactic could drown the enemy. If there were enough summoned creatures, the players could fight against many alone. At the current stage, there was no sign of the army style, but the summoner style was beginning to appear. Of course, there were naturally restrictions for powerful styles. Summoning spells had a failure rate, and they needed a casting medium. Some were specific summoning items, some had to have certain abilities, and some had to sign a contract with the summoned creature. There were also a few forms of existence for summoned creatures. For example, they were real and unique, and they would disappear once they died. Key of Solomon summoned phantom entities, similar to the duplicate monsters in dungeons. They would be summoned again after they died, and there was no end to them. Real entities were mostly elite summoned creatures, and phantom entities were used as cannon fodder. His Howling Door was a pink rare level 60 summoning item that could summon the phantom of a scout team from the demon race. The Demon Scout was a specialty of the Extinguish Army, and the Howling Gate was a personal challenge mission. It was very difficult and could only be completed by players above level 60. However, Club Key had helped Key of Solomon obtain this pink item with their team's strength. The attributes of these 5 demon race appeared in the status bar. Health, 2,500. Attack, 134 to 197. Defense, 40. At this level, the summoner style was still far from complete. Normal summoners could only summon small creatures, such as forest wolves and venomous snakes. Their attributes were not even 1/3 of the demon races, but Key of Solomon could summon 5 demon race at once. A level 60 pugilist player had around 3,000 to 4,000 health. These 5 demon race scouts were equivalent to 3 pugilist health, and their damage was also very impressive. The highest theoretical damage from a round of focus fire was close to 1,000 points. This was Key of Solomon's confidence that he was almost invincible. Not only was he a Frostfire-style demon mage, but he could also switch to the summoner style at any time. The audience was still in awe of the strength of Black Star's descent, but the situation suddenly changed, and everyone was stunned. Damn, summoning a group of elite monsters. It's no different from a boss. There's such a move? Is this person a dog? Key of Solomon ordered the Demon Race Scout and 2 Demon Axemen to surround Madblade, and the 2 archers to protect him and shoot from afar. He did not have much health left, and he was very wary of Mad Blade's attack, so he hid behind the archers. With a solemn expression, Frenzied Sword raised a shield and spear and charged forward in large strides. His steel armor collided with the three-headed demon with a loud bang, and the surrounding air was blown away by the impact. The audience only felt that the screen shook for a moment. Boom! Pa! Immediately after, the tip of the spear released smoke and sparks. Mad Blade swung his spear and hit the three demons at the same time. The audience could see that a quarter of the health of the three demon race scouts was gone in an instant. With the bonus of Black Star's descent, Mad Blade's damage was extremely terrifying. Not only that, but the defense of his armor also increased tremendously, and he was not afraid of being surrounded. I just need to stall for 3 minutes. Key of Solomon was frustrated. In his eyes, the first time he used Howling Gate in front of the world, it should have been a crushing victory. However, the first time he used it, it was actually to stall the opponent and cover his retreat. Embarrassing. Just as the two of them were fighting, the number of people watching increased. This match was full of twists and turns, and it attracted more and more viewers. The appearance of summoning made the audience think that the situation would change again, or at least become evenly matched again. However, the next scene was still Mad Blade's one-man show. He beat up a team of Demon Ray Scouts by himself, and the summoner, who should have crushed the opponent, was still being beaten by Mad Blade. Summoner is a very powerful class. Although Key of Solomon is at an absolute disadvantage now, this does not affect the strength of the summoner. The commentator was originally analyzing the reason why the summoner was so strong, but when he saw this scene, he felt that his persuasiveness was greatly reduced. He could only force himself to continue. This does not make sense. Many contestants were also watching this match with heavy hearts. Key of Solomon has a powerful summoning item. Unlike Mad Blade's one-time character summon card, his summoning can be used continuously. This guy is a strong opponent. We have to formulate a plan to deal with him in advance. Although the contestants from various countries were more afraid of Key of Solomon, they could not help but rejoice. Luckily, this Black Star's Descent status is only a one-time use. Otherwise, we would have no chance. Key of Solomon felt that this was the longest 3 minutes. The Demon Ray Scouts that he had high hopes for were all chopped up by Mad Blade like vegetables. He looked at the time. It had only been 2 minutes. Mad Blade's status could last for at least 30 seconds, but he was already at his wit's end. The audience was happy to see this. Awesome. 3 minutes of being a real man. If someone blocks him, he will kill them. If Buddha blocks him, he will kill Buddha. He will create a new world. What Black Star's Descent? This is clearly called the Sky Demon Disintegration Technique. A summoner can be beaten up? How embarrassing. Take off your skirt. Key of Solomon. What can I do? I'm also in despair. This is like a high-level account bullying noobs. TSK. Speaking of which, with so many mechanical bonuses, Mad Blade's Furious Sword is indeed equivalent to a high-level account. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. This summoner is like a team wipe in a boss dungeon. Look at his eyes. How lost? Pooh. The spear pierced into Key of Solomon's chest without any obstruction. He grabbed the spear with a face full of unwillingness and anger. He had used his trump card, but he still lost. He even let the others know about his trump card in advance. He had suffered a huge loss in this battle. He had suffered a double loss. Boom! An explosion occurred in his body, taking away the last bit of his health. Key of Solomon turned into white light and died. The commentator waved his fist and said excitedly, "What an exciting battle. Congratulations to Mad Blade's Furious Sword for obtaining the final victory." The ratings for this match were extremely high, and the number of replays increased rapidly. Players from all over the world were talking about this match, especially the summoner style being beaten up. As Mad Blade had defeated his opponent with Black Star's Descent, UFF, Hanzhao's presence was indirectly increased. This mysterious NC character that had been active in the eyes of the players since the start of the server finally showed the tip of the iceberg of his strength. Han Technician was now a topic of discussion. His past deeds were made into memes by the players. As long as there were related posts, it was very easy to attract a bunch of people to make memes on the forums. This time, it caused the players to speculate about his abilities, guessing what skills he had as a mechanic, what style he belonged to, and so on. Mad Blade had defeated a strong opponent, and his chances of qualifying had increased. Key of Solomon's biggest trump card had been forced out, but he had lost in the end. A summoner that was supposed to be like a boss had become the one fighting the boss. After the match, many reporters asked Key of Solomon how it felt to be beaten up as a summoner. It was as if they were stabbing at the wound in his heart with a knife, and they left angrily. In fact, his Howling Gate was indeed very strong. In the following group matches, in order to ensure his qualification, he could only go all out and use Howling Gate to defeat strong opponents one after another, showing the strength of Summoner. However, the better he performed, the more it showed how overpowered Mad Blade was, or rather, how overpowered Han Zhao's character summon card was. Mad Blade got rid of the entanglement of the post-match interview and hurriedly returned to the stronghold to find Han Zhao. He had tasted the sweetness of the ability potion and had turned the tide. The more of such good things, the better. When he arrived at Han Zhao's room, the people from Dynasty, Temple of God, and Long Sky had already surrounded Han Zhao. They had all watched the match and were fighting to buy Black Star's ability potion. However, there was no new stock on the shop interface. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Han Zhao. This scene gave Han Zhao the illusion that these players were pigs waiting to be fed, and he was the mother feeding them. What are you looking at? You want the ability potion? There's no more. Han Zhao chased everyone out. Chapter 413. The group stage was coming to an end, and the situation gradually became clearer. Long Sky was 8th, and Temple of God was 9th. The difference in points was not small, and Temple of God had to obtain a huge victory in order to suppress Long Sky. However, the next round would be a civil war between the two sides, which meant that no matter who won, one side would definitely step on the shoulders of the other to qualify. Many Chinese spectators felt their hearts tighten. Everyone hoped that their 3 teams could all enter the top 8, but the situation was very difficult. This civil war was already expected when the groups were grouped, but when it really happened, they still felt very nervous. Group C was filled with strong teams, and it was very difficult to obtain points. Many teams that had the strength to qualify did not even make it into the top 10. Long Sky and Temple of God's results were already not bad. Some players calculated the points and came up with a result that made people feel complicated. Long Sky's points were slightly higher. If they deliberately lost this match and allowed Temple of God to obtain enough points, Temple of God could jump to 7th place, and Long Sky would be pushed to 9th. However, the gap between Long Sky and the top team was very small, and the following matches would be easier than the top team. It was very likely that they would return to 8th place. This way, both teams would have a chance to qualify. The worst result of this civil war was that Temple of God would only obtain a small amount of points, and Long Sky would lose once and not obtain any points. It would be equivalent to both sides suffering losses, and this round would be a waste. Not only would Temple of God's situation not change, but Long Sky's ranking would also become unstable. In order to achieve the best result, they could only work together secretly. However, this was only what the spectators thought. Hao Tian would never do such things. His professionalism would allow him to go all out against any opponent, and it was even more impossible for him to fake a match. His personality was very pure, and he would not think about such things. Long Sky did not plan to hold back at all. This civil war was very tragic. Both sides had armor, and their strength was about the same. The final result of the civil war was Long Sky winning, defeating Temple of God, and stabilizing their ranking. However, Temple of God's hope of qualifying was personally killed by Long Sky. A small portion of Temple of God's fans could not take it anymore and scolded Long Sky, even reaching the level of betrayal. However, most people, including a portion of Temple of God's fans, did not agree with this statement and felt that Long Sky was not wrong at all. This was a competition, and one had to give it their all in a competition. Temple of God naturally stood on the right side and advised the fans not to scold Long Sky, saying that they did not play well this time. However, it was impossible for them not to be angry. Their international competition had come to an end, and their competitor, Long Sky, was stepping on their corpses to continue. However, Temple of God had always been very sociable. Since the situation was already decided, there was no point in being angry or venting. The problem was to stop their losses, which was Li Ji's strength. Under Li Ji's leadership, not only did they not go easy in the last few matches, they even changed their tactics and played even more ferociously than before. It was as if they knew that they would not be able to make it out of the group stage, so they fought with all their might. Their main goal was to make their opponents unable to take too many points from them, indirectly helping Long Sky stall the enemy, creating an image of never giving up and showing the spirit of unity. Then, they found some people to make such guesses on the forums, causing Temple of God's image to become more righteous. They stood at the peak of public opinion, and everyone gave them a thumbs up when talking about Temple of God. This way, not only did they gain fame and reputation, but they also weakened the negative impact of not qualifying. Furthermore, they used this method to form a contrast with Long Sky, who had defeated their compatriots, to show that they were virtuous. The upper echelons of Temple of God were quite satisfied with this result. Among the 4 biggest clubs in China, Temple of God was the most commercialized club. If they lost the competition, the benefits would be higher. Han Xiao did not doubt that they would do so. As the last round of the group ended, the qualifying results were out. 1 Devil, 2 Dynasty, 3 Hydra, 4 Koi, 5 Tulip, 6 Kangaroo Boxing, 7 Rose Knight, 8 Long Sky. The most outstanding team in the group stage was Dynasty. Originally, they had already surpassed Devil in the middle of the competition and became first place. However, in the last few matches, they took the initiative to lose and fell to second place. Because the matches in the finals were determined by the points in the group stage, if Dynasty was first, their opponent would be Long Sky, who was in 8th place. That would not be good. Therefore, after a discussion within the team, Dynasty decided to drop 1 place. However, everyone knew that if Dynasty wanted to, they could have maintained a clean record and entered the finals with a high profile. This ranking was very different from what he remembered. Han Zhao's existence was like a butterfly flapping its wings, changing the situation of the Pro League. He vaguely remembered that one of the top 8 spots in his previous life was Kimchi from Korea, and Kimchi was now ranked outside the top 10. There were quite a few strong teams here, and they had shown in every season of the Pro League in his previous life. Unfortunately, the novice planets they were on were rather far away. Otherwise, Han Xiao would have liked to attract these pro players to his faction. Their ability to do missions was very reliable. Among the top 8, only China and America had 2 teams that entered at the same time. In his previous life, only Dynasty had entered the top 8, and now Long Sky had entered as well. In the singles, Mad Blade had entered the finals in 15th place, and King Admiral had entered the finals in 6th place. 2 Chinese players had also entered the finals. The strong teams and experts from various regions had competed on the same stage, and to achieve such a result, it could be considered an outstanding performance. Galaxy Times made a special episode to explain the results of the teams that had entered the finals and analyze the situation in the future. They believe that 3 teams had the most potential to win the championship: Devil, Dynasty, and Key. With a best-of-5 format, every team would definitely use all their trump cards to target their enemies. The schedule for the finals was released, and the first match was Key vs Tulip. The Chinese team's performance in the Pro League had improved tremendously compared to his previous life. During the group stages, Han Xiao had stayed in Uberli Hub and temporarily rejected the other mercenary groups' offers to rest and reorganize the team. However, he did not stay idle either. He focused on building more machinery, teaching Aroshia, commanding the Sunil team, to carry out other missions, and accompanying Haluz in his combat training. Now that the group stages had ended, and their ranking had reached his expectations, Han Xiao did not pay much attention to the details of the competition. No matter what the team did next, it would not affect him much. He continued to carry out the mercenary group business. Coincidentally, Floating Dragon Island's chief butler Jenny sent over a supply mission, and logistics manager Haier applied for a new batch of parts. The seller's team was on a Godora colonial planet in the Gavin star system, and they needed Han Xiao to escort them. Ames did not care about anything. Jenny had always been in charge of everything. Compared to the other three beyond grade A bosses of the Shattered Star Ring, Ames did not care about the development of her own organization. The other three more or less had their own combat troops, but Ames only had a group of guards. The Black Star Mercenary was her only external combat force. Although it was called Combat Force, it was actually more like running errands. After all, compared to those large fleets, a medium-sized mercenary group was like a speck of dust. Floating Dragon's protection was not for nothing. His Black Star Mercenary was Floating Dragon's field team in name, escorting supplies, hunting enemies, conducting field visits, collecting intelligence, and so on. They often had to do some errands, similar to the daily missions of the faction. The EXP was not much, and the main purpose was to increase the faction favorability. Han Zhao's faction favorability on Floating Dragon had already reached 2,100 points, and their relationship was friendly. Han Xiao brought everyone and set off. Because the players entered the competition through the Gathering Crystal, their positions were not restricted, and they could move together. Although the competition was important, it was also important to hug Han Zhao's thigh. Otherwise, there would be no one to repair their armor. Chapter 414. Tulip defeated Key 3-1 and was the first to enter the top 4. Most of the strong teams kept their trump cards in the group stage, but Key's trump card was revealed in advance because of the battle between Mad Blade and Key of Solomon. Although the Howling Gate was strong, the time between the group stage and the final circle was enough for the other teams to think of strategies to counter. Tulip was strong and stable, and they also had a trump card. They only used it in the top 8. Just as Key of Solomon expected, they were caught off guard. If not for Key of Solomon's exceptional performance in the third round, they would have been crushed 3-0. Key's team was stopped in the top 8. Such a result was far from their goal of winning the championship, and Key of Solomon was furious. On the other side, the Black Star Mercenary arrived at the planet where the supplies were and prepared to escort them. A fan-shaped light gold galactic spaceport was suspended in the outer space of a Godora colonial planet, orbiting endlessly along its orbit. The alloy shell was emitting dense magic radiance, and spaceships of various models were parked there. The seller was waiting for Han Xiao to come. His name was Tyrell, and he was a slightly famous businessman in the Gavin star system. He ran a department store group and had a long-term relationship with Floating Dragon Island's logistics department. Han Xiao had carried out many resource escort missions before, so he was familiar with Tyrell. The group arrived at the spaceport, and a voice sounded from afar. "Haha, Floating Dragon's Black Star, we meet again." Tyrell was a Godora. He had a round body and a warm smile. He quickly walked forward and gave Han Xiao a greasy bear hug. "I'll have to trouble you guys again this time. All the supplies needed by Floating Dragon Island have been packed and listed. Do you want to count them?" He led Han Xiao and the others to the side. Metal boxes were piled up into a small mountain. These were all the supplies purchased by Haier. "We've worked together so many times, so I don't doubt your credibility. However, this is Jenny's request, so let me do a head count." Han Xiao passed the list to Maple Moon and gave her a mission to count the goods. Understood. Tyrell rubbed his hands and laughed heartily. Transporting supplies was a daily mission, and the reward was 150 Floating Dragon faction favorability. Han Xiao knew Tyrell, and due to his identity as Floating Dragon, Tyrell gave him some discounts. Thus, he often bought things from Tyrell in private, and he trusted Tyrell's reputation. However, since he was working for Floating Dragon, he had to be careful. Logistics was a problem when purchasing resources in the Galactic Virtual Network. other than those advanced civilizations that had popularized long-distance teleportation equipment. The logistics in the galaxy were usually contracted by special delivery companies, or the seller cooperated with a tour group to airdrop the goods. There were many scavengers in the Shattered Star Ring, and some low-level galactic pirates specialized in robbing logistic spaceships. Therefore, commercial teams would usually hire mercenaries as guards. This was similar to escorts. Maple Moon quickly counted, and the number was correct. Han Shao nodded and said, "There's no problem. Let's go now. I've already contacted a tourist spaceship. It's docked at port 5468. Tyrell turned around and said to the subordinate behind him, "Decker, bring some people to load the supplies into the cargo hold, then follow Black Star to Floating Dragon to hand over the goods." The man called Decker nodded and ordered the workers to transport the boxes to the port. He was an ordinary manager of the Tyrell Corporation. He looked very ordinary and did not stand out at all. Everyone stepped onto the stairs of the tourist spaceship. Tyrell stood at the dock and said loudly, "Send my regards to Jenny." Han Shao waved his hands and walked into the spaceship. After the hatch closed, he wrote a defense mission and gave it to some players. He asked Toulouse to bring them to the cargo hold to protect the supplies while he brought the others to the guest cabin. The spaceship rumbled and took off. This was a small tourist spaceship. There were no other passengers, and Tyrell had booked it. This trip was specifically to transport supplies for Floating Dragon. There were not many people on the spaceship. Other than the 10 or so logisticians and mercenaries, there were also 10 or so workers from the Tyrell Corporation. Decker was their leader. Han Shao had seen him a few times before, but they did not talk much. However, he realized that Decker had brought a girl on board this time. "You Black Star?" In the guest cabin hall, as soon as everyone sat down, the girl beside Decker spoke. She tilted her head and looked at Han Shao curiously. Han Shao sized her up. This was a universe human girl. She was not very old, about 15 or 16 years old. Her height only reached Han Zhao's chest. She had short dark brown hair, fair skin, beautiful features, a high-nose bridge, and a pair of lively eyes filled with youthful vitality. "Uncle Decker often tells me stories about you." The girl's eyes roamed around Han Shao, sizing him up. Decker coughed and said, "This is the daughter of a friend of mine. Her family, cough cough, asked me to take care of her temporarily. She pestered me and wanted to run the ship with me, so I brought her along." "Your Excellency Black Star, this won't be a problem, right?" "No problem." Han Shao shook his head, looked at the girl, and chuckled. "What's your name?" "Sylvia." "That's a nice name. What planet is your hometown?" Sylvia curled her lips. "Are you checking my account, Uncle?" "Uncle?" Han Shao was speechless. He was obviously young and handsome, but she was talking nonsense. Sylvia glanced at Han Shao from the corner of her eyes, changed the topic, and said with a snort, "I heard that you mercenaries have no principles and fight for whoever offers the highest price. I really want to know, isn't the money earned from selling souls hot?" Han Shao raised his eyebrows. Before he could speak, Decker pulled Sylvia in fear and trepidation, scolded her, and then hurriedly apologized to Han Shao. "She's not sensible. Please don't take it to heart. It's fine. She's young, so I can understand." Han Shao waved his hand. Words had no lethality to him, so he naturally did not care. He smiled and said, "This little girl is quite brave. Since she knows we're a group of thugs, she still dares to scold us to our faces. She has some guts. I'm not a little girl." Sylvia's face was slightly angry, and she puffed up her chest. It's not small, but it still needs to be developed." Port Bun looked down and smiled. Suddenly, he realized that Han Shao had turned to stare at him without saying a word. He quickly stopped smiling, looked down, and sat up straight. The group fastened the straps, and the spaceship quickly entered warp mode. After that, they could move around freely. Sylvia was lively and active. She ran around the spaceship curiously, looking at the structure of the spaceship and marveling at it. Sometimes, she would lie on the porthole and look at the stream of light outside the window. Decker smiled bitterly. This is her first time in a spaceship. Sorry for the trouble. As long as it doesn't affect the mission. Han Shao looked at the lively girl's back and narrowed his eyes. Sylvia. This name sounds familiar. He did not want to let go of any suspicion. He returned to his room and pondered for more than 10 minutes. Finally, he found an image in his memory that matched this name. Female mechanical knight Sylvia? Han Xiao was stunned. He did not expect that the girl he accidentally met would be a famous character. Moreover, in the storyline of his previous life, Sylvia was quite famous, especially among the players. Now, Sylvia was still a young girl. Han Xiao recalled her appearance after she grew up in his previous life. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked valiant. She wore a slender and light mechanical armor with a cape behind her, just like a knight. What was the most important indicator of a female character's charm? Her books. Sylvia had a lot of books. Her beauty was only one of the factors. After all, there were too many beautiful female creatures in the galaxy. The bigger reason was her background, identity, personality, and storyline. Beauty had never been the focus of Han Xiao. He secretly recalled Sylvia's character background. It was a long time ago, so he could only remember the general situation. Sylvia's father was hunted down by a mercenary group and died an unnatural death. She was still very young at that time, so she embarked on the path of revenge. She joined a few organizations and learned mechanic knowledge. She became a galactic pirate and hunted down that mercenary group. In that version of the timeline, due to the Red Empire starting to expand again, everyone in the various star fields was in danger. The large mercenary organizations in the various star clusters in the Shattered Star Ring followed the example of the mercenaries in the Silver Arm Star field and formed the Shattered Star Ring Alliance. It became a super large mercenary organization with tens of millions of members and tens of thousands of spaceships of various models. It was enough to participate in large-scale universe battles. Sylvia was the archenemy of the Mercenary Alliance at that time. The players participated in the events of the Mercenary Alliance at that time. In their eyes, Sylvia was a famous villain. Many players received missions to hunt down Sylvia, but they all failed. Sylvia was very strong. After going against the Mercenary League like this for a period of time, Sylvia often appeared in the eyes of the players. Later, she seemed to have discovered that her father was a bad guy by coincidence. She did not remember the details, but she knew that her father's death was due to her own actions. She then disappeared for a period of time, and when she reappeared, she had changed her profession. She was no longer a galactic pirate, but a member of the Shattered Star Ring's Freedom Army. She helped the people in trouble, dealt with some villains, and did many famous deeds. She also refused any form of remuneration or employment. Everything she did was spontaneous, like a superhero. Although Sylvia was not the main character of any event, she was a famous character like Hela. She often interfered with many events in the Shattered Star Ring. When players wandered in the wild, they would occasionally see her dealing with villains and could help her. She was loved by many people in the Shattered Star Ring. These were all things that happened after the age of 30. Han Xiao shook his head. Sylvia's experience of turning over a new leaf and her change of character from a cynical person to a righteous knight had a lot of entry points for the book, such as, why am I thinking about this? I didn't expect to meet a future celebrity. Han Xiao stroked his chin. For some reason, he felt a little weird in his heart, as if he had missed out on some important information. Floating Dragon Island was currently located in the Rain Star system of the Colton Star Cluster. There was a small stargate in the middle that could be jumped, and the journey would take about 10 days. Han Technician built machinery every day and traded with the players. He did not pay much attention to the Pro League and only looked at the results. The top 4 teams were out, and Long Sky met Devil, who was ranked first with a score of 1-3. It was a pity that they were stopped in the top 8. Dynasty defeated Rose Knight with a score of 3-2 and obtained a spot in the top 4. Japan's Hydra fought Australia's Kangaroo Boxing with a score of 3-1. The teams that entered the top 4 were Tulip, Devil, Dynasty, and Hydra. The next group was very important. It was unknown if the prayers of countless Chinese viewers had been answered, but Dynasty's opponent in the semifinals was Team Hydra. Compared to the stable Tulip and the tyrannical Underworld, Hydra was no doubt a pushover. they had the highest chance of defeating their opponent. The Chinese section of the forum was celebrating the outcome of the match. In the individual competition, King Admiral made it to the top 8, while Frenzied Sword stopped at the top 16. However, he was already very satisfied. He was already overjoyed to be able to make it to the second round of the International League. His results had greatly exceeded his initial expectations. Compared to his ranking in Han Zhao's previous life, Mad Blade was only famous in the Division League in Han Zhao's previous life and did not even qualify for the International League. Now, he was in the top 16 of the first International League. Mad Blade benefited the most, and his position among the Chinese players jumped from a nobody to a superstar. 10 days later, the spaceship exited hyperdrive and was only half a day away from floating Dragon Island. It was lunchtime, so Han Xiao walked out of the machinery modification room and came to the food room. This was where they usually ate. Many people ate there, and the food was all portable space food. It cannot be said whether it was delicious or not, but it had some taste. Haluz greeted him at the bar, and Han Xiao walked over. "Want a drink?" Haluz had a bottle of alcohol in front of him, and the alcohol made his face red. "I almost forgot that you're an alcoholic." Han Xiao sat down, and the bartender handed him a new glass. Haluz chuckled, picked up the bottle, and poured a glass for Han Xiao. He shook his head and picked up the glass. Just as he was about to take a sip, he suddenly paused, and an unknown sense of vigilance surged in his heart. Effective spiked liquor, unknown bang. The sound of the collision shocked everyone. They all put down their food and looked over in surprise. Han Xiao grabbed the bartender's collar, pressed the panicked bartender onto the bar counter, and said coldly with an expressionless face, Chapter 415. What are you trying to do? The bartender was part of the logistics crew. He could not break free and panicked. Haluz was shocked. "Captain, what are you doing?" Han Xiao pointed at his glass of wine. "Someone put something in it. It should be poison." "Impossible. I brought the wine. How can I be fine after drinking it? Am I poisoned too?" Haluz was shocked. He quickly touched his tongue and throat, but he did not feel any numbness. "The wine is fine. It's the glass." The item description of the wine bottle was normal. Only his glass had something added. It could only be that someone put something in the glass beforehand. The bartender who took out the glass was the most suspicious. It was supposed to be a simple daily escort mission. Han Xiao did not expect to encounter something like this. He was very curious. Who wanted his life? At this time, the players and workers gathered around. Decker and the others also rushed over after hearing the news. They were all confused. What happened? Han Xiao gave a simple explanation. Everyone was shocked. Could it be a mistake? Decker asked. Shaking his head, Han Xiao made up a new mission and threw it to the players. You have triggered the mission, test poison. Mission introduction. Your captain is suspected to have been poisoned. Are you willing to help him test the effects of the poison? Mission requirements. Drink strong wine with added ingredients. Reward. Plus 300 Black Star Han Xiao favorability, 15 EXP. Remark. Death is possible. The mercenary group players received the notification on the interface. Their eyes lit up. It was the first time they had encountered a mission that could increase Han Zhao's favorability and earn EXP so easily. Dying once was nothing. Just as everyone was about to rush forward and snatch the wine cup, they saw a shadow flash by. Bowsy moved like a rabbit. His speed was extremely fast. He grabbed the wine cup and drank it without saying anything. How did you run so fast? Second Prince was shocked. I'm an agility-type pugilist, and even I can't keep up with your speed. How did you train? Port Bun proudly glanced at the crowd, but before he could say anything, his expression suddenly changed. The veins under his skin bulged, turning into a greenish-black color that crawled all over his face. He opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out. When the other players saw this, they all retreated. There was no one within 3 meters of Port Bun. Port Bun froze on the spot for a few seconds. Then, blood spurted out of his 5 orifices. He fell to the ground and died on the spot. What a man like the wind. He died so quickly. Mad Blade was amazed. He died just like that. The workers and crew were all stunned. A mercenary had just died in front of them, and his companions were still acting as if nothing had happened. What kind of mercenary group was this? How cold-blooded, how terrifying. Moreover, this group of mercenaries was too loyal to Black Star. Before Black Star said anything, they drank the poison wine and tested the poison with their own bodies. This was not like mercenaries at all. It was more like a fanatical cult. However, the next moment, Port Bun's body turned into white light and disappeared. Then, there was the sound of footsteps outside the door. Port Bun ran over from the respawn point. Decker was shocked. You guys, Han Shao looked at him. We've worked together so many times, and you don't know that we have a nickname, Immortal Mercenary Group? I see. I don't know about the rumors in the mercenary world. Decker smiled bitterly. No wonder this group of mercenaries was so calm. They were all immortals. Black Star's name was widely known, but his specific abilities were mainly known in the industry. Other industries did not know much about him. What's the effect of the poison? Han Shao turned around and asked. Port Bun checked the interface notification just now. You have consumed some kind of poison. Undergoing Yindi test. Your Yindi is lower than 280. You have no related immunity skills. You have entered the poison state. High concentration, decaying blood poison. This is a poison produced by some kind of Esper ability. You need to inject the antidote. Current toxicity is 135,135. You will lose 750 HP every second for 8 seconds. Warning: your HP is too low. Please consume the antidote as soon as possible. Your HP is lower than 0. You're dead. Port Bun told him the truth, and Han Shao nodded. Losing 6,000 HP in 8 seconds is very fatal to players, but it didn't kill me. This means that the person who poisoned me has limited knowledge of me. However, since the murderer was able to plot against me during this trip, it means that he knows my whereabouts. At the very least, he knows that this ship is transporting resources for Floating Dragon Island, and I will definitely appear here. This ship is only so big, so the murderer must be hiding among these people. Furthermore, the name Immortal Mercenary Group did not scare the murderer away. There are only two possibilities. Either he knows that I'm not immortal, or it's revenge. Han Shao frowned. Many guesses appeared in his mind. Even the players could not be eliminated. He had to be wary of this possibility. He strengthened himself by helping the players, but he had never completely trusted the players. After all, he knew the players too well. He only hoped that his guess was wrong, and that it was not the players who secretly accepted the mission to assassinate him. After verifying that Han Shao was not lying, pairs of hostile eyes stared at the bartender on the ground. Seeing that the poison was acting up, the bartender was so scared that his face turned pale and his whole body trembled. It's not me. I don't know about this. I only took an empty wine glass from the cabinet. Han Shao opened the cabinet behind the bar. There were many empty wine glasses inside. He took them all out and filled them with water. Everything was normal. Only his glass was poisoned. He frowned and said, "Of all the wine glasses, only the one you gave me was poisoned. How do you explain that?" I don't know. That glass was placed at the outermost corner. I really just casually took it. The bartender was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Haluz suddenly broke out in cold sweat. If the bartender took the wrong glass, wouldn't I be dead? Your body is strong. The poison won't kill you. Han Shao casually replied. He stared at the trembling bartender and said, "If it's not you, then someone else did something to the wine glass." "Captain, is the captain here?" The spaceship's captain hurried over and walked out with a pained expression. "I'm the captain of Rainbow Conch. I'm deeply sorry that something like this happened on my ship. I'll do my best to cooperate with you to find the culprit. I want to check the surveillance footage of the spaceship over the past few days to see who came close to this place." "As you wish." Other than the bedroom, most areas of the spaceship had surveillance cameras. The food room was no exception. They could immediately find the culprit through the footage. The bartender was pleasantly surprised. "Then I'm fine. Are you dreaming?" Han Shao said in annoyance. "Tie him up and bring him along." The captain brought everyone to the main control room. Just as he was about to check the surveillance footage, he was shocked to find that the footage had been cleared. The earliest footage was less than a day ago. All the surveillance footage has been deleted. The captain was shocked. Only I could do something like this. Could the spaceship's system have been hacked, and the culprit could bypass the alarm system? He hurriedly opened the back end and used his fingerprint to enter the captain's authority. He activated the system self-check, but did not find any loopholes. Why can't I detect any intrusion? Could the spaceship be completely controlled by the enemy? The captain was sweating profusely. He had no choice but to check the spaceship's operation log, hoping to find the source of the ID that deleted the footage. This small tourist spaceship belonged to an interstellar travel organization. The captain was employed, and his authority was second. The highest system authority belonged to the organization. The captain could not change the log, so even if the culprit controlled the spaceship, they could not change the log unless the culprit's technology was strong enough to bypass the organization's quantum network defense and obtain the highest authority. However, there were no signs of other accounts logging in. Everyone quickly found the operation log to delete the footage. Operation log 00784315, all surveillance footage cleared 22 hours ago. Authority verified. Confirm return, confirm delete. Cleared. Operator, captain's account. Chapter 416. The captain's eyes widened. Why is it my account? I didn't do it. 22 hours ago. I was sleeping then. It's the culprit. The culprit stole my account. But the login password is my fingerprint and iris. How could it be stolen? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Maybe it was you. There are no surveillance cameras now, so you can act however you want. There are a few possibilities. The upper management of your tour group colluded with other forces to deal with us. It could also be that the other party somehow got the sample of the captain's body password. Or there's a disguisability user hiding on the ship, Haluz said. Everyone's expression changed. They looked at each other suspiciously. Everyone looked like an enemy. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at the crowd. Everyone on the ship was gathered here. Even Sylvia was here. She hit the edge of the crowd, revealing half of her face to look at him. Suddenly, his eyes moved. Wait, Sylvia? Han Xiao finally realized where the strangeness came from. He looked at Decker and asked, Sylvia is your friend's daughter? Decker nodded and said, Yes, is there a problem? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Her family seems to only have her father left. If I remember correctly, that person is not a simple person. I was almost fooled by you. You're quite good at acting. If you confess, I'll be lenient. If you resist, I'll be strict. Do you want to say it yourself, or do you want me to say it for you? Decker's expression froze. Disbelief flashed across his face. His eyes clearly expressed his shock and confusion. How do you know Sylvia? Although Han Xiao did not know the specific identity of Sylvia's father, he remembered that her father was a villain in the background introduction. That was enough. Decker was just an ordinary employee of a business group. A villain was actually his friend. Although it was not impossible, it was still very strange. Han Xiao shook his head. He should have noticed this long ago. It was just that everything was normal back then, so he did not think too much about it. It seemed that he had been a little lax recently. Due to the 1-month break in the league and the fact that he hadn't experienced any major dangers in the past 9 months, he had subtly lowered his vigilance. Fortunately, he had detected it in time. He couldn't help but be alarmed. At this time, Sylvia walked out with a frown. Her entire temperament had changed. The youthful vigor from before was all a facade. Although her body was still in puberty, the feeling she gave off was no longer that of a young girl. Her temperament had become mature. Sylvia stared at Han Xiao. Her tone was complicated, mixed with astonishment. You recognize me? She couldn't figure out how Han Xiao could recognize her identity when it was the first time they met. Logically speaking, Black Star shouldn't know of her existence at all. She should have been hiding in the dark. Sylvia had thought of many possibilities of being exposed, but she never thought that her identity would be exposed, causing her plan to fail. In fact, If he didn't remember Sylvia's character background, Han Technician wouldn't have been able to directly identify the murderer. It was no accident that he suddenly met a future famous person. Black Star, my father was sent to prison by you. You bunch of mercenaries with no bottom line only know how to fight for money. For that, you didn't hesitate to help those tyrannical rulers suppress their suffering citizens. My father could have saved everyone, but you mercenaries harmed him. Sylvia gritted her teeth. Since she had been exposed, she would no longer pretend to be a young girl. The players looked at each other, confused. Had we done such a thing? Maple Moon couldn't help but ask, "Little girl, what's your father's name?" "Langley. How can you forget his name?" Sylvia was agitated. Opening the mercenary group interface, Han Shao glanced at it. He really found this name in the mission history. This was a cooperative mission with the Purple Gold Army to eliminate a rebel base on a certain planet. The rebel leader's name was Langley. So, that guy was Sylvia's father. Han Shao was speechless. He had become a certain mercenary group that dealt with her father in the background of Sylvia's character. What else could he say? It seemed like it was the butterfly effect again. Not only you, but also the Purple Gold Army. This won't be the first time. I'll hunt you down forever, Sylvia shouted. Bang! As soon as she said that, the sound of a smoke bomb exploding came from behind them. Dark red, poisonous fog rose. You have been enveloped by some kind of poisonous fog. Undergoing E&D authentication. Your E&D is lower than 280. You're not immune to related skills. You have been poisoned. Everyone hurriedly turned around and saw that the captain had already put on a gas mask. He was the one who threw out the poisonous fog bomb. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the spaceship's system echoed throughout the spaceship. Automatic navigation changed. Destination is closest to the star. Warming up the hyperdrive engine. ETA, 13 minutes, 48 seconds. Spaceship entering lockdown mode. All gates are locked. I repeat, all gates are locked. Boom. The door of the main control room slammed shut. All the doors of the spaceship were closed. The captain was already prepared. He dashed out before the alloy door on the other side of the main control room closed. He was so fast that Haluz couldn't catch the captain in time. He punched the metal door, leaving a shallow dent. The alloy door in front of them blocked a small portion of the crowd outside. Sylvia was among them. This time, Han Shao and the rest were all trapped in the main control room. The crew members were all shocked. The captain was with the enemy too? Chi. At this time, the ventilation pipes of the spaceship spewed out dark red poisonous fog. The air system had been tampered with long ago. It was all activated by the captain with his authority. Han Shao held his breath. His eyes flickered. Not only was it an assassination, but the spaceship itself was a complete trap for them. Sylvia could accurately predict their schedule, most likely because she was a tall tree that attracted the wind. At this time, a new mission appeared on the interface. You have triggered an emergency mission, Sylvia's Revenge. Mission introduction. Due to a common hire, you caused Sylvia to lose her father. Now, you are about to welcome the flames of her revenge. Mission requirements. Neutralize Sylvia's revenge method. Mission reward. 120 EXP. TSK. Using the small to win the big. Tricked us, and now want to send us into the star and burn us to ashes. Not a bad idea. Did I beat up the old, and now the young is coming? Han Shao chuckled. He was not worried at all. He was very familiar with this move. It was how he dealt with the Germinal organization in the past. What do we do now? Haluz looked over. He could breathe and talk normally. His endurance was over 280. The poisonous fog could not hurt him. Her plan is quite interesting, but she missed out on the most important part. The mechanical suit opened up from the necklace. Pieces of armor covered the entire body. The helmet filtered the poisonous fog, and the poison status disappeared very quickly. Han Shao walked to the main control panel, tapped on the screen, and brought up the spaceship system interface. He moved his fingers, shook his head, and laughed. Chapter 417. The players all activated the filter of their armor. making them immune to the poison gas. They looked at Han Xiao and waited for orders. That captain used his authority to lock onto the spaceship's navigation system. I'll hack into the spaceship system and change the route. You guys blow up the alloy door. Some of you go to the main engine room and insert this chip. The rest of you capture Sylvia and her accomplices. Han Xiao opened his palm. With a flash of lightning, a black chip flew out of his pocket. Understood. Haluz nodded, put away the chip, and swung the battleship slicing blade. Flames gushed out, and the blade hit the alloy door. With an ear-piercing sound of tearing steel, a hole was cut open. Dozens of armored players raised their guns and fired. The alloy door was soon riddled with holes and collapsed. In the poison gas, everyone walked out of the main control room. In front of them was another locked alloy door. The people who were separated earlier were all trapped in the middle of the passage. Many of them were poisoned, and their lives were hanging by a thread. Decker was among them, but Sylvia had disappeared. The players took out gas masks and put them on these people. Decker was barely breathing. After catching his breath, he burst into tears. I was forced. That girl used my family to threaten me and force me to cooperate with her. I really had no choice. I'm sorry, cut the crap. Where's Sylvia? Haluz asked. She's the accomplice of that captain. She used her authority to open the alloy door and ran away, leaving us here. Bang! Haluz slapped Decker until he fainted. Time up. The captain might want to question him later. Gunshots rang out. Everyone used brute force to break through the alloy doors. They were not slow at all. Sylvia had turned the spaceship into a trap, but the spaceship itself could not trap them. This was the difference in strength. Han Xiao guessed that Sylvia's next move was to be the first to reach the escape capsule and escape before the hyperdrive. At the same time, she released all the emergency escape capsules and trapped everyone on the spaceship. However, he was a mechanic, so he could seize control of the spaceship. This was the loophole in Sylvia's plan. Opening up the spaceship's system, Han Xiao's fingers flew like they were a blur as he keyed in countless codes. Very soon, he had infiltrated the system's back end and was met with resistance from the alarm system. In the past 9 months, he had purchased some new advanced knowledge, such as the advanced artificial intelligence technology, which made up for the shortcomings of the network technology. That black chip was an even more powerful auxiliary artificial intelligence. After it was inserted into the mainframe, the speed of cracking the system would be doubled. Alarms buzzed, and the ship's systems echoed. System intrusion detected. Please stop your actions immediately. Because of the limited time, Han Xiao did not go around the alarm and chose to use brute force to solve it. The 13th-generation network firewall of the TAC series, the 47-bit algorithm of the Silver Light sequence, randomly generated password wall. Quite advanced. Han Xiao did not stop. As he hacked, he said, "It will take about 5 minutes to break through this system, but there are still 2 minutes before the hyperdrive mode. Sylvia will be taken away in the escape capsule before then. Aroshia, go and catch her." Hearing this, Aroshia turned into energy and left through the wall. Metal walls were meaningless to her. Only energy barriers could stop her from going through walls. Everyone started to move. Han Xiao stayed in the main control room and focused on cracking the system. Damn it. How did I get exposed? How did Black Star know me? Hurried footsteps echoed in the bridge. Sylvia hurriedly ran, using the captain's authority to open alloy doors one after another and close them after she passed through. The gunshots in the distance were getting clearer and clearer, like the sound of a death knell. It meant that she did not have much time left. Once a direct confrontation occurred, she would not be able to fight back. It was a race against time. Sylvia did not dare to stop. The moist heat was squeezed out by her constricted lungs again and again. She ran until she was out of breath. In order to complete the trap, she used all her savings to hire a freelance assassin. She also found out about Han Zhao's whereabouts through the intelligence network of an organization. Sylvia knew very well that she was too weak. If she wanted to deal with the Black Star mercenary, she could only rely on such schemes. She originally wanted to turn this spaceship into Black Star's grave. Unfortunately, She could only try to protect herself now. Do you regret it? A voice echoed in her heart. Sylvia bit her lips. Many images appeared in her mind. Her father's doting eyes, happy memories from her childhood, seemed to be plated with a layer of warmth. However, the image shattered like a mirror, and the flames engulfed these memories. The mercenaries descended from the sky and scattered the flames, destroying everything. If his father had not sent her away in advance, he would have died tragically under the rain of bullets. After the mercenaries surrounded her, her father was sent to prison. She had been through many hardships for a long time before she could return to her father's stronghold. Her father's stronghold was like a home to her, but now there were only charred ruins left. She still remembered that when she was young, she liked to hide under the shade of an old tree and spend lazy afternoons. However, that tree had been burned to ashes, emitting an unpleasant smell. The once dense shade of the tree was only left with bare black branches. Every time she thought of this, an uncontrollable anger would ignite, burning her nerves and making her lose her rationality. In order to take revenge on this group of mercenaries, it's worth the danger. Sylvia gritted her teeth. Soon, she arrived at the escape pod. There were more than 10 emergency escape pods inside. The captain had just arrived from the other side and complained, "You didn't tell me there would be such a big risk. I want to increase the reward." The turbulence of the spaceship became more and more obvious. Once the spaceship entered the hyperdrive state, it would be impossible to use the escape pod unless they wanted to be torn to pieces together with the escape pod. Sylvia hurriedly pulled down the manual latch of the escape pod. In the sound of the airflow, the extra escape pods were released, leaving only the last two. Just as the two were about to enter, a golden light lit up behind them. Arosia, in her light form, had passed through the wall and arrived just in time. "Let's go." Sylvia gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to enter the escape pod, the captain suddenly pushed her from behind and threw her toward Arosia. In this critical moment, he did not care that Sylvia was his employer. He wanted to use this to buy time. In midair, Sylvia turned around in shock. She did not expect the captain to betray her so suddenly. A ring of energy spread out. Sylvia was sent flying before she hit Arosia. She slammed into the wall and fell to the side, her expression twisted in pain. Arosia straightened her arm, and her forearm turned into a golden energy wave. She swept it like a whip, and the shells of the two escape pods were melted, leaving behind a red hole. It was obvious that they could not be used anymore. The captain's expression changed drastically. Boom! The alloy door collapsed. Haluz and the other players arrived and surrounded the two. At the same time, the spaceship suddenly shook and entered hyperdrive. "It's over." Sylvia closed her eyes in despair. The poisonous gas slowly dissipated, and the locked alloy doors opened one after another. The spaceship stopped its hyperdrive and floated quietly in space. Breaking through the spaceship system was only a matter of time for Han Xiao. After controlling Sylvia, he did not feel any pressure and easily took over the captain's authority. At this time, the entire spaceship was under his control. He canceled the navigation to the star, and the crisis was naturally resolved. Sylvia felt that her plan was fatal. In reality, it was not much of a threat to the current Black Star mercenary. With the mercenary group's strength, it was enough to break through the situation. Han Technician did not panic at all. Sylvia was still too young and inexperienced at this time. It would not be so easy for him to screw up. The interface notified them that the mission was completed, and they received 1,200,000 EXP. The players were elated. The matter came to an end. All the crew members were gathered in the cabin hall, surrounded by mercenaries with guns aimed at them. In the middle were Sylvia, Decker, and the captain, all tied up tightly. Han Xiao sat on the sofa with his elbows on his knees. His upper body leaned forward, and he slowly scanned the three of them. His aura was like a dragon crouching down, and it was very oppressive. It was like a three-way interrogation. The crew members and the workers present did not even dare to breathe loudly, even if they were not the targets of the interrogation. Decker hurriedly explained the situation. A few days ago, the Tarot group had prepared the resources for Floating Dragon and confirmed that he was in charge of the handover. After that, he was found by Sylvia and forced to cooperate. For you to be able to know our whereabouts, there must be other organizations helping you behind the scenes. You're just a little girl. You don't have such a huge intelligence network. Han Xiao was expressionless. Furthermore, you were able to bribe the captain to take the risk to deal with a mercenary group. You must have relied on the power of that organization. Sylvia stared at Han Xiao with a stubborn face. It was as if she had made up her mind not to say anything and was not willing to lower her head in front of her enemy. Bang! A gunshot suddenly sounded. Green smoke curled up from the muzzle. Spots of blood splattered all over Sylvia's delicate face. Her body trembled, and she turned around to look. She saw that there was a bloody hole in the captain's head. The shocked expression froze on his face, and he slowly collapsed. The pool of blood slowly expanded. The captain had thought that Han Xiao would interrogate him and was still thinking about what to say in order to save his life. However, Han Xiao was not interested in him at all and directly gave him a bullet. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. The corpse suddenly changed shape and turned into another man. This was the Esper ability of disguise, which was especially suitable for infiltration. Halu's eyes sparkled. I guessed correctly. There is indeed an Esper with the disguise ability. Seeing this, Han Xiao immediately guessed what had happened. Looks like the original captain died a long time ago and was replaced by this person with the ability to disguise himself. He's an assassin hired by you. The one who poisoned the wine should also be him. Sylvia bit her lower lip and turned her head away to not look at the corpse. Even though she was still stubborn, her body could not help but tremble, and her eyes were filled with undetectable moisture. Only when faced with the fear of death did she behave like a young girl. You should kill me too. Sylvia closed her eyes and tried her best to put on an expression as if she was not afraid of death. I don't object to that. Han Xiao did not comment. The hot muzzle pressed against Sylvia's fair and smooth face. Through the muzzle, he could clearly feel that Sylvia was trembling more and more violently. NT. Chapter 4:18. Buzz. At this time, a virtual image appeared in the middle of the hall. It was a lizard-like being in luxurious clothes. He scanned the hall and looked at Han Xiao with a confused tone. Our organization's spaceship has been hacked. Black Star, did you do this? Your reaction is too slow. I've been waiting for you. Han Xiao leaned back on the sofa and stared at the lizard-like being. He temporarily put the matter of Sylvia aside. This spaceship belonged to an interstellar travel agency, and the lowest level of authority was in the hands of the organization. Once the spaceship was taken away by an outsider, the organization would immediately notice and be able to locate the spaceship remotely unless the connection was cut off. However, doing so would not only require hacking skills, but also various interference and hacking hardware to be able to block the lowest level of authority. Han Xiao had taken the captain's authority, and he had long known that the actual owner of the spaceship would come looking for him. Although the spaceship was under his control, there was no way to block the owner's remote surveillance. With his skills, it would take him a few days to half a month to change the basic settings of the spaceship and remove the control of the lowest level of authority. The protection of the lowest level of authority was even tighter, and the difference in difficulty was like the difference between hacking into a small or medium-sized enterprise and hacking into a government office. The lizard-like being originally thought that the spaceship had been stolen, but looking at the situation, it seemed that there was more to it. He suppressed his anger and asked for the reason. Han Xiao explained the entire process in a concise manner. It was not too much to know that the captain had committed a heinous crime. However, what Han Xiao was interested in was her strength, not her personality, beauty, and other messy things. There were many types of enemies, such as the Germinal Organization and Darkstar, competitors who were both friends and foes, enemies that were created by misunderstandings, and so on. In his opinion, Sylvia was an enemy that was created by misunderstandings, and Han Shao knew what kind of misunderstandings it was. Langley himself was a traitor, but as a father, he would definitely hide something from his daughter or even lie to her. He would definitely find excuses for his actions. Therefore, Sylvia thought that her father's actions were against the tyrannical ruler and that he was the pioneer of liberating the people. According to his experience in his previous life, Sylvia was still considered an upright person. She was just blinded by hatred and lies, and her mind was twisted. If she knew what kind of person her father was, she might give up on revenge like in his previous life. However, Han Shao already knew the truth, and he knew how to quickly change Sylvia's perception. To him, it was a piece of cake, but that was not the key. The key was, what benefits could he gain? I might trigger a related mission with a reward. Then, she still has some value. So be it. I'll let her live for now and complete the mission. Then, I'll deal with her according to the situation. If she's still hostile, I'll bury her on the spot. Han Shao thought. As for letting her go, that was not possible at all. From the perspective of a businessman, Sylvia was not only a person, but also a valuable resource. He was not rich enough to waste money and resources on the street. With that in mind, Han Shao stood up and said, "Pack up and prepare to leave. Lock her up." Sylvia's little face was full of shock. She looked up and asked, "Where are you taking me?" Han Shao said calmly, "To see your father." Sylvia's eyes widened in disbelief. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.